Hi, we're live. It's November. It's NaNoWriMo. Hello, everybody. It just took 20 minutes longer to get going than what I was hoping, but we're here and we're ready. Whew. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I have my new book. I'm of course not going to write in this one, where we have all our short stories. I have a brand new book that we are hopefully going to fill out all the way through. And yeah, I feel so unprepared, I have to tell you. I know that we have spent so long, for at least the last month, we have on our we've been going through some background stuff and the hero's journey and all that in on the stream, and well, a little bit outside the stream as well. And yet I still miss so much, but we're still gonna go. We're gonna go all the way. As you can see down, not there, that's the new subscriber one. That will hopefully update if anyone chooses to subscribe. We have day 0 progress over there. We have a goal of 1,667 words every day. That's the yellow triangle. And at the end of the day, we're gonna see how well we did. I have a Google Sheet that should update, that we update, and then we update everything manually because, well, whatever. And yeah, I think we just need to get started. If I just go back here again to our Google Chrome tab, we have a chapters overview for our Eveningsun Trilogy, book 1. It's missing a space there, I can see. And this is, of course, well, I made this for the last live stream, but I wasn't really sure how we would do the frame and everything, the look of the live stream. But so it's a little bit wonky, and because I'm doing this in a half screen-ish, yeah, it's not pretty, but it is what it is. And that means that we are going to start off the book with chapter 0, the prologue, where we're going to get a glimpse into the battle for the dying light in our story. So, our story, to just quickly recap that, we're going to be writing a young adult fantasy novel, a YA fantasy novel. A little bit on the Harry Potter side of things. At least that's the idea, that's the intention. And we're going to have a young girl as a protagonist who will unravel a plot to kill the leader of a paladin order that she also happens to be. Well, she's not a member of it, but she lives in the same castle. And this castle was raised on the grounds of an epic battle. The battle of the five... No, not the 5 pillars. The battle of the dying... For the dying light. Which was an epic battle against shadowy evil. Where the some races of the world banded together in order to save everyone. So... And yeah, we're gonna start the prologue with that. Let me just do this. As you can see, I have marked everywhere where we need to be for the first 20 days, because that's about where we'll be with this book. Then the last 10 days are going to be in another book. But yeah, for today, we definitely need to get to this. Hope you can't see it. We definitely need to get to this here line in the with the handwritten pages. And I hear you say, so we are going to be handwriting stuff here, and I hear you say, how do you know how, are you going to be counting every single word that you write, Thomas? No, of course I'm not that dumb, but I have from earlier, let's just change here. This is one of my short story, one of my short stories, Fly, in particular. I have indeed counted every single, well, it was when I digitized it, so Google counted every single word for me, and I figured out that I write just about 9 words per line, which turns out to be a little over 4.5 pages per day. And I'm hoping that today, because I know that I know I have days in November. I plan on live streaming as much as I can, but I know that I have days here where I won't be able to live stream. So I hope today and tomorrow that we are going to do double up the daily goal. So I'm going to be sitting here for a while, and well, I better get going actually, because we have a lot of stuff to do. As always, I am going to, from time to time, note down something that I think might be a good short form video. Intro. Right. Let's get going. Well, before we do that, I noticed just before we started that my ink cartridge here is all done. So we put in a new, and we just quickly smash that into pieces and make sure that it can write. There we are. Okay, so we are all ready to go. Liquid Hour is here. Happy Saturday, lords and ladies. He says, welcome, Liquid Hour. Welcome so much to the stream. I see that your chat box here on the stream is, well, we can move it a little bit, and then we can make it a bit taller as well. There we go. We might just even do like this. Okay, cool. There we are. That's better. So I have a box here, as you can see, and that box is not just any box. It is, of course, meant to be an illuminated letter, just like I've done here with my short stories. This one, beautiful, with a little drawing, everything. That's the idea anyway, and we're going to do that as well, but yeah, for my latest short story, I still haven't actually made the illuminated letter, but it is what it is. I just thought that was a fun little thing, and I wanted you to see. Liquid House says, I like your stream setup. Thank you. I do so too. It looks much more like a live stream now, right? It's quite nice, I think. And we're gonna have a progress bar at the end of the day. I'm going to update that with how far we've gotten, so we can compare with the goal for the day. That progress bar, everything on this stream is set up manually, so that's going to be not a living hell, but it's going to be terrible to do every day. But we're gonna have some fun with it. Okay. Let's begin. Oh dear, says Liquid Out. Yeah, it is, well, you know, I'm just trying to have fun and everything. Kai is here as well. Hello, he says. Hello, Kai. Welcome to the live stream. At least I don't have to set up or manually update the chat one. That looks to be going quite all right. Actually, can be a bit further. There we go. There we are. All right. Kai says, I might need to do this. How did my chat not? There we go. Okay. I might need to do this. I've been writing the same book for 5 years. You know what? I think that's the... I encourage you to join and ride along. Good luck, bro, says Liquid Hour. Thank you so much, dude. And Kai, I encourage you to ride along because I think the beauty of one of these challenges is that you just get something down and you make quick decisions and then you can change it up afterwards, right? I think that's the idea as well, for me at least. So I intend to write this book, most of it at least, or for 50,000 words. And then I intend to keep working on it afterwards. So I know that this first draft is probably not going to be beautiful or amazing, but yeah. Just 2 seconds here. Done is better than perfect, as Liquid Hour says. Yes, exactly. Just gonna... Okay, so there's also going to be, since this is the first actual live stream with this setup and stream look, there's probably going to be me fiddling with stuff from time to time. But okay, so where did we say that we were? Let's bring back up the this one here. Actually, we could. No, it's fine. So we're going to have a in medias res into the battle for the dying light, where 5 champions and a fae folk called Renaid and his spirit bound are going to be some like the main characters. This is going to happen like 600 years before the actual story of the book. So we're going to have the prologue, and then chapter 1 is going to be the actual book, right? So yeah, Battle for the Dying Light. The final battle of the war against a big evil, shadowy evil. And I think I want to start with the word black. So we have a B here. I'm just gonna like that. And then I'm going to illuminate that at some point. I don't know. Whenever I have the time, we'll see. But yeah. Okay, first word. First word of NaNoWriMo 2025. Black. Boom. There it is. And he's talking about soil. Like I want this scene of like, you know, from Gladiator where he's taking up the soil and looking at it and washing his hands with it. Liquid Hour says, just wanted to say that you inspired me to an extent, and I created another YouTube channel where I upload medieval music. It's called Nightwatch Tavern. Wow, cool, dude. That's nice. It's good to hear. I love to know that I inspire people. If anyone wants to hear some medieval inspired music, it's AI music that you make, right, Liquid Hour? So head on over to Nightwatch Tavern on YouTube. Shout out. Okay. So black. Black. And then Renate. Said quietly. Quit. Ah, yeah. God. First line. We already have a mistake, an error. God dang it. Said quietly. So I want. This is going to be like a moment that is. There's this valley, this shadowy evil has created a valley in the landscape, and we have these 5 champions getting ready to do their final assault, and they're like at the very top of the valley looking out over the battle that's going on. They have a mission. They have a different mission, of course, than to just fight with whoever is down in the valley in the actual battle. But he says black, Renate said quietly. Soil isn't meant to be this black. It's been a while since I actually wrote stuff with by hand, so I can definitely feel the need to get into to some sort of rhythm of how to do things again. Just have to go over here. Kai says headed to the library to write on 3 hours of sleep. Ooh, that sounds not so fun. 3 hours of sleep. I made sure that I got plenty of sleep last night, and I even managed to do a quick run today, just so I was prepared. But I like your commitment, Kai. I like it. But sleep is important. Please remember that. Also, of course, I have my regular-sized mug with me. I'm the tiny one, as always. I slept at 4 a.m. Whoops. Wow, okay. Yeah. I hope your time was productive, or like up until 8 a.m. Productive, or maybe just fun. Well, it happens. It happens for the best of us, right? Soil is meant to be this black. The Fayan was sitting. What's that? What the hell is that called? Ah, not sitting then, was squatting. Squatting. At the top of the valley. Can I ask, what's my writer's drink of choice? Well, I would love to be sponsored by Cola Zero, but sadly this is an old one. It is just filled with water. I know, boring, but kind of like water, so it's nice, it's important. At the top of the valley. Squatting. Picking up a handful. Oh, sugar. 1 second. I just need to find a page to put between, because the ink might actually go through the pages. At least it does in my other one. So I just put this page here, this blank page behind, and then that should, if anything is smudging through, then that should take care of it. Picking up a handful of the unnaturally dark dirt. Kaya asks, do you prefer typing or handwriting? I much prefer handwriting, I have to say. I know it's old, sounds old to say, but I much prefer to have. I really like the feel of handwriting, and I think when you're handwriting, especially with ink, like I tend to be much more think much more about what I write. Like, it's not that I don't make mistakes. Duh. Like, we've written three and a half sentences, and we all make plenty of mistakes, which doesn't look good. But yeah, and I also tend to think more, remember more what I've written. I think it just works really well. And as an added bonus, I think it's so cool once we have like an entire book of handwritten pages. I mean, to have something physical like that once the book is done, feels like this one is almost entirely. I don't know if you can see it. Can't really see it. Almost entirely written. This filled with my short stories. So yeah, and then when I then digitize it for for editing and such, I'm already doing the first revision because I'm writing everything again, and it's a little bit of double work, but I feel like it works really, really well. So I much prefer the handwriting and then go into digitizing, the typing thing. And I think it also it looks cool. I feel like in the context of live streaming. I'm just gonna this up a little bit, and maybe like that. Yeah, that can work. I do both, says Kai. Depends on what the chapter, etc. Okay, yeah, cool. Well, like I said, I actually also do both. So I always write the first draft by hand, and then I digitize it, and then I start editing in digital form. So I feel like handful is only one L. It is only one L. So I'm just gonna. Nobody can see that. Now it's removed, that extra L. It also depends what I'm typing on, because I hate using my phone to type. Yeah, I'm with you that so I don't know about you, but I have this rule for myself where I have to write 15 minutes every day, and on days that like I forgot about it or I just didn't have time for it, I tend to do those 15 minutes on my phone, and it sucks. It sucks so bad. So I prefer handwriting to keyboard writing to phone writing. Typing on a touch screen is yeah. What does he what's this called? If you pick up sand or dirt and you're like, I don't know what this is called. This is going to be a long day if we have to write 10 pages and I can't figure out the words. Kai says that's why I'm going to a library, lol. Hopefully I'm getting a laptop soon though. Okay, nice. It's a good thing that you have a library in the immediate vicinity. So what's the book you're writing, Kai? Is it fantasy as well? Or is it something else awesome? I don't even know what this word I'm looking for is in Danish. I know there's a word for it. Let's actually, I'm just gonna this, and then we go to the thesaurus, and then we say touch. Is there a junction, kiss, lick, manipulated, caressed? No. Oh, he rubbed. Maybe it's maybe more akin to rubbing. Rub something. Stroke. Yeah. Brushing, attrition, caress, friction, Need? I think that might be the word I'm looking for. Needing. What? I just need to see the actual word in Danish. Elde? It's what you do with dough kneading. Kai says it's a multi-point of view murder mystery with plot twists. It's the best way I can describe it without spoilers. Yeah, nice, nice. I love it. And it must be very, very cool if you spend 5 years on it. So far. Friction Shrine, rub down. We're gonna go with needed. So far, oh, that's horrible to look at. He had taken off one of his gloves. Feel the ground. Like you always did. Like he always did. So Rena here is actually he's not a warrior, but he is like he's a druid, so he's more spiritual. But he became a warrior as this war versus this shadowy evil. Oh, you gotta walk 40 minutes now, Kai. You know what? You're welcome to stay on as you're walking if you want, but I can guarantee that I will be here in 40 minutes. I will be here for the next 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. I don't know how long this is going to be, but I need to get all the way here today. That's the plan at least, and that is many pages that needs to be written. I do only plan on writing on one side of each page though, so at least it's not so bad. I'm just a little worried here. So he had taken off one of his gloves to feel the ground like he always did. That sounds like he's a seasoned warrior, but he's not actually. But he is a champion still. Maybe it's fine. Kai says, I forgot my chewing gum, so it's gonna be a long writing session. Ah, shit. Maybe the library or a store close to the library will have some something you can snack on. I hope so, at least. Yeah, taking the glove to feel the ground like he always did. Normally it soothed him. Normally it soothed him. But not this time. The black soil. Whoops. Didn't just feed his nervousness of what was about to happen. It also felt like it fed off of him. I don't know if that sounds weird. Off of him. That's an F. Feeling like 1,000 tiny bites as he knitted the grains through his fingers, through his fingies. Kai says, my goal is to reach 3K words of this draft today, so fingers crossed, because library computers kicks you off them after an hour. What, really? So do you plan on writing 3,000 words in 1 hour? If you do, then I applaud you. That sounds fast, dude. Really fast. And also, why do they kick you off after an hour? I'll admit, I haven't been to a library, used a computer there in ages. In fact, I recently just picked up a library book for the first time in like 15 years. But it just sounds weird. Now I have 2.5k now, lol. I could never. Okay. Is this the murder mystery book that you've been spending all these years on, or is it a new book that you're doing for NaNoWriMo? And I literally have no idea. It does sound strange, because I'm almost positive that in Denmark it's like you can just use it as long as you want. Okay, so it is to say, okay. Well, good thing that NaNoWriMo is here then, right? Because it is really a kick in the butt to let you get started. Actually, no, let's not start with that. So I want him to talk to his spirit bound. In case you don't know, if you're a new subscriber or something, in my fantasy world, one of the species is what I call the Fey folk, that is Reynard here. They're the hobbits, they're the gnomes of this world, and the special feature about them is that they each have a spirit bound. An animal that, well, the spirit is intertwined with, is bound to. And, you know, they live and die together. If one of them dies, the other one dies as well. Much like, I found out, much like the daemons of the Golden Compass, for example. Kai says, I need to get it done by 2027 because that's my deadline. Sometimes I just make my dad's computer for a few hours. Nice. I like how you have different plans to get things done. That's quite funny. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. How come you have a deadline in 2027? Not that I'm just curious. Also, it's good to have, you know, time to write and give yourself time to write and not stress too much about it. But I also feel like it's one of the reasons that when I started writing a couple of years ago and I did short stories, I didn't start with a book, but a short story meant that, of course, it's a very different discipline, but a short story meant that I could have something done fairly quickly, right? Something to show, and I felt that was something nice. Unrelated, kinda. I love having ADHD because I'm proofreading and I get bored. You love having ADHD because when you're proofreading and you get bored, I don't need to change it. Oh, like that. Okay, I was like, that didn't sound. Right. That's wow. That's a way to turn something into a strength of yours. That's pretty funny. Just to give me some time to do the editing, Kai says, and save up to self-publish, edit, hire someone to do my front cover. Okay. So you're going to do the whole self-publish route. Yeah. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Like, right now I have a web page that things are up if people want to read my stuff, and I also have videos on my YouTube channel where I read it. So like sort of a, you know, an ebook-ish. But I have no idea how publishing works. I have no idea who to contact, if what I'm doing is any good. Right now I'm also in a state where it's just like, I just want to write and learn, you know. But cool, it's nice. It's cool that you have a plan for it, because that shit can be expensive. Right, back to my story here. So I want Renee to talk to his spirit bound. His spirit bound is a ram, and it's called Ardarith. So there's a little twinning going on between the two with their names. Something I haven't done with the other Fey folk characters. Kai says, I'm hyper fixated, so I did some research. Ah, okay. But sometimes it's also like you can do too much research, right? Sometimes you just need to get stuff done. But But it's good to do research as well. It's not. I'm not saying it isn't. Definitely. So Reda is here. He's saying something. He's going to say. He's going to say, kinda wish. I kinda wish that we were back at the realm. Okay, so my Fae folks, they live around these giant world trees. Procrastination. I'm not allowed to do that. To do that, I have to write every day now because I really want to see my story come out of my head. Yeah, oh, I know, Kai, I know exactly what you mean. I am the king of procrastination. Sometimes I can just sit and stare out a window instead of doing what I want and what I'm supposed to do. Maybe because you can sometimes feel a little bit stuck, right? Feel a little bad. But yeah, it's good that you're doing something about it. You have stories in your head and you want to get them out there and you're doing something about it. You should always be proud of that. I just want to say that. But yeah, back to this. So in my short story Want that I've been writing here on my live stream, we're following Fae folk from what is the realm Oak. And there are 5 different, I think it was 5 different realm trees throughout the world, throughout my world here. And I think I want Renaid and Adarid here to be from another realm tree. But I don't know what that tree should be. So I had this idea. Let me just grab my Chrome tab here. Kai says, I'm also not allowing myself to work on anything else, lol. Any ideas? Go straight to the Notes app. Yeah. I mean, sometimes, and I'm not, well, I do this as well. It can be both good or bad, right? Like a couple of months ago, I had 3 different projects I was writing on, and it honestly can feel good to have, like, when you're stuck in one thing, you just sort of go and write on the other project. But at the same time, it can suck a little bit because you're not finishing any of them, and they sort of just pile up. But I think it was Brandon Sanderson talked about this as well. He has multiple projects going on. Of course, he's in a different, like, he's a millionaire, right? And he does this for a living, but exactly whenever he feels stuck, he goes working on another project. So I don't know. I'm sure you know what works best for you, but it can work sometimes to have a couple of different projects going on. Anyway, what I wanted to show here was I was thinking of this. I was thinking of like conifer trees. in New Zealand. So there was, I think it was this one, the Totara. That's kind of cool. And it looks like it can be like a big ass tree. That could work as like a world tree. I say world tree. I come from World of Warcraft, so I say world tree. Kai says I just switch up the chapters I want to write or go on a walk. That's also a very good thing to do. Yeah. Now my only problem with using the Totara is that I feel like I'm a little scared. Like, I want 5 different trees in my world, but I want them to be recognizable. And I'm not like an oak. Mostly people know what an oak is, or a sequoia tree, right? Maybe we just say conifer tree. No, but that would be like fir or pines, spruces. Yeah, conifer is the type of tree. Oh. Oak trees. Like an oak is... Yeah, that's from the beech family. Okay, so we have to make some snap decisions. That's what NaNoWriMo is all about. So we're gonna go, I mean, we can change it, but we're gonna go with the Totara, which is an indigenous tree to New Zealand. So we sort of... I don't have a map yet for my world, but I want to have, like, you know, if you have an oak, you sort of know you're in like a Europe-y type place. And then my idea is with a Totara, like you're a New Zealand-y place. That's my thinking, at least. So, but we can change it, of course. But right now, it's gonna be called a Totara. Oops. Totara. Buddy. Wouldn't you... Oh my god. Wouldn't you... Buddy? Renee asked his spirit bound. Spirit bound. Adarith. Adarith didn't get a chance to answer. Before the Fayan continued. Full stop. God, why does my library have to be like 3 billion light years away? Sorry, dude. That is very, very far to travel for a library. I mean, 40 minutes of walking here. At least you get in some good walks. And I often found that when I walk, I get good ideas. Well, I get ideas, and then some of them are good. All right. So he continued. The summer. So we establish when during the year this is happening. The summer celebrations must be it's not celebration, we call them revelries, summer revelries. Revel, I think must be full underway. On the way back home. So I kind of want to have Reynard here. He's a bit of a party boy. He's a bit of a ladies' man, or at least he was back before this war. And I want to have that, you know. I want to showcase that. Actually, we also want to write up here a prologue. How do you spell prologue? I don't want to misspell it. Prologue with a G. Prologue. Okay, that wasn't pretty, but whatever. Oh, you're here finally. Great. That didn't take 40 minutes, did it? Or did I spend 40 minutes doing absolutely nothing? We might have. We're coming up to 1 hour of streaming, and we haven't even finished the first page yet. Uh-oh. It's not looking good if I'm supposed to finish 10 pages for today. Think of all the... No, all the computers are taken at the library. No. Just push something away, shove them away, and pretend that it's okay to do that. No. I didn't even bring my library books as Kai. Oh man. They don't have like what are they called? Wow, this is going to be a long month if I can't come up with basic words. Laptops. They don't have laptops at the library that you can maybe borrow. Think of all the the fun they must be having. All the food. The music. And all the pretty ladies dancing. Reyna was interrupted by the humming of his weapon. A warhammer with its head shaped in the shape of a ram, and big enough that guys, is sadly no to the borrowing of laptops. 2 more months and then I get my own laptop. Sucks that you don't have a... Okay, 2 more months, then you have a laptop, but it sucks that you don't have one now. Also, how unlucky are you that all the computers at the library is taken? God dang it. Let me just check something here. That it required 2 hands to be wielded. Oh yes, Renaid answered. So I want him here to be like, Renaid here he's a ladies' man, but he has a secret desire, I guess you could say, for just bring up my here for another woman, like sort of like a Samwise and Rosie kind of situation. Like he doesn't feel that him and his spirit bound are good enough, so he never told this woman how he felt, and now he's in a war on what's going to be like a little suicide mission. So you have the desires here. Moirison and Gwalan are the two. The one he's actually in love with. Alright. Let's see here. Renai. Oh yes, Renai answered. So I want him to say like, what's he called? I want him to. So, Ardarith, his spirit bound, is in his weapon. He's a ram that, for reasons, they needed these champions. They believed that they needed powerful weapons to fight, to combat the darkness, and spirit power is one of the most powerful things in my universe. So each of these five champions have they've locked their spirits to their weapons. And Renaith and Ardarith did it by actually transferring the spirit of Ardarith, the spirit bound, Renaith's spirit bound, to this warhammer, this two-handed warhammer. So Renaith can still communicate as long as he is touching somehow this weapon. And I want this to I want this scene to be like a solemn, serene, sad scene. Like Renaith and Ardarith are contemplating, as we're seeing, they're contemplating what's happening at home, because they know that this mission they have thought up is quite dangerous. It's basically a suicide mission. Renee answered. Actually, maybe not oh yes, but maybe oh ha. Of course, old friend. we would much rather. So they're reminiscing of what would have happened if he had just told the one who is in love with how he felt. We would much rather be hanging out with Moirisen. That was wrong, misspelled. Moirisen. And Gwaelin. Then all of the other pretty ladies all together. Renaïve. Gently stroked the metalhead. Stroke the horns. I guess that doesn't make any sense. The warhammer would be like in the ground, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Trying to stroke the strong metal head, the complete metalhead. No, not the complete metalhead. Firm. So I definitely want something like firm. Solid. That is definitely the one. The solid metal head of the large hammer. Warhammer. With his gloveless hand. His armored one. Still resting on the scuffed on the shaft on the strong shaft. Made from their very own made from their very own realm, Totara branches. Pointing up towards the shadowy storm gathering. That seemed to be expanding. In the skies. Yes. Another hum. From the deadly weapon. I think, like, of course we want this to be we want this to be pretty solemn, but I also feel like we need to say, like, what's at stake. And you know, what's at stake is the fate of the world, or more particular, that they are dying. Oh, this is a suicide mission. But it's their own choice. I know I said this was a young adult fantasy novel. But I also did have this moment on last live stream, this Wednesday, where I had like, is this too heavy for young adults, for children reading like around the age of 10? And maybe not. We'll see. That's why this is the first draft. Things can change when we digitize stuff. Thank God for that. You think? So now this hum from the weapon, this from his spirit bound, it's of course like it's very reminiscent from my short story Want. Like the Fae folks, they have a deep connection to all animals, but the spirit bounds in particular are very much like every pair of spirit bound. So the Fae folk has a spirit bound animal, and the animals have a spirit bound Fae folk, so they're equal in this partnership. And the two who are spirit bound, they can understand each other. So even though like we have Gwilfane in Want, my short story, who is a wolf, and he howls and barks and whimpers, but Carl, the main character there, he perfectly well understands what it is Gwilfane is saying. And I want this is sort of the same situation, but it's a hum from, because it's a weapon, there's no sounds coming from them. It's a weapon with a soul, with a spirit inside, with the spirit of, well, spirit bound. And then Renaith is also linked to the same weapon, which will, all of this prologue, like there's a reason for it's happening, and it will, what's it called? It will make sense as we come further into the story. If you followed along with my preparation, you of course know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, you'll just be surprised. Surprise! You think Renaith asked with a sad smile, sadness in his smile. I don't know. I don't know if a regular druid like me would ever be good enough. For someone like Moirison. So we just show here that that Renaith is he is in love with this woman, but he's never felt good enough for her to be with her. She's an elder druid after all. And even if she wasn't, even if she wasn't what? Even if she wasn't a druid. Her bright honey eyes would have the pick of anyone she wanted, the pick of any fae folk she wanted. Her honey eyes alone would have the pick of any fae folk she wanted. So why would she settle for someone like me? For someone like me. Gwalan, on the other hand, I've seen how she looked at you, my friend. And she's a fine sheep. Like, she's literally a sheep. They're talking about the spirit bounds here. I always thought she would have liked a ram like you. Would have liked a ram like you. A solemn hum came in response. Oops, you're probably right. Probably. We should have told them. Should have. Oh, you can almost not see what I'm right. We should have told them how we felt. Not that it matters now. This should be a full stop and then not that it matters now, right? No, not right. We already wrote right up there, so we don't want to write right again. Not that it matters now. Not that it matters now, though. Chances are that we'll be dead in a few hours. Anyway. Yeah, Renaid here is he's a people pleaser, so much so that he has never in his life actually made his own decision until this moment, or at least until going into the war, as his forest was threatened. So I want this to come out in like what he says. the RAM hammerhead hummed him a question. Oh my god! Did you see this, guys? This is page 1. That was a terrible one, but it is page 1 of our NaNoWriMo book here that we still don't have. We still don't have a title for. I'm hoping that will come. 2. There we are. And actually I forgot to add up here. So this is 01 11 2025. And then when we finish the book, hopefully during this month, we will have the end date as well. I quite like to do that. Oops. And let's just have a bit of a... So 1:37 into the live stream, we finished the first page. That's not boding well if I have to write 10 pages, but of course we did spend a long time not really doing much and sort of introduce this challenge. I'm hoping that it's at least an hour for each page. But of course, we'll see what I can manage. I think 3 hours, a little over 3 hours, is the most I've managed to... what's it called? The most I've managed to ever live stream. At least writing live stream. I usually get mushy brained around 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So we'll see how it goes. But we of course have an entire month to also catch up. So the Ram Hammerhead hummed him a question. Maybe we should say Arterith here, so it's no... to eliminate the doubt that it is Arterith inside here. There was a hair. Arterith. Arterith hummed him a question. Yes. If I regret it, Renee asked back. No, rhetorically. Rhetorically. I regret not telling. Morrison. And only one L and Quailan. How we felt. But I don't regret us standing here. Or what we're about to do, what we are about to do. No. The Fayen stood up and reached for the hilt of the warhammer. For the hilt of the warhammer. And looked down to the raging battle. It's fitting with the battle music right now. Look down to the raging battle that was look down to the not look down to the raging battle down in the valley. Playing out is a battle is not playing out. If a battle is I guess we could say warring. Is that a word? That was no. It was being fought. Down in the barren and Black Valley. Even the water of the river was unnaturally colored. Was unnaturally colored. And almost blended into the ground from where he was standing. No. Renithe. Added. Full stop. No, I don't regret it. When evil comes, someone has to fight it. Oh, I feel like this could be like a very good moment for something really cool. A really cool comment. Sadly, you know, like what Gandalf says to Frodo, or is it Frodo or Pippin? No, Pippin has the Gandalf says tells Pippin what death looks like, and it's not so bad. But the one of Gandalf's speeches in Lord of the Rings, where he tells Frodo that people do not choose to live in such evil times, but they can choose to stand against it or something. To stand up and fight it. And that might as well be us, right? At least we'll die knowing that we were in control of our own lives. And then he gets cut off by someone that's not humming. I do need to oops, that was a bit much. I need to comment here. Check want. I feel like I already wrote something similar in want for similar. Yeah, I feel like I wrote something similar in want about being in control. But I'm not quite sure, actually. I just realized something. Sorry, I just need to check something. Let me just... Sorry, I'm just checking something in my documents that I just realized. Yo, El Cuervo says, what's up? Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, El Cuervo. Welcome to our NaNoWriMo stream. It's good to see you here. I'm very happy. I've done 1.5 page so far. Let's go. 1.5 page so far, and that means, well, a little less than the 1.5 page. That means we still have a ton of work to do before, but I was just checking some documents that, well, I don't want to show on stream. Okay, so now he gets cut off here, Renaith, by one of the others. Asking who... Wow, that was terrible. Who are you talking to? And I want this to be an elf, a melodious voice. I want, so we haven't, or I haven't yet. I've talked about elves in Fly, my short story, where elves were these slavers of dragons at some point. And they utilized bells to enslave the dragons. So I want elves to be like fast creatures. They're agile creatures, right? They're very much about sounds. They're very much so like they're great musicians. And I just right this moment I figured it would be cool if they talked like they all had like melodious voice. El Guerrero says, that's awesome. I'm writing the kids' diary right now. Nice. I love that you are also taking part of this. We might have another one in the chat, Kai, who's also doing NaNoWriMo. I don't think he's here right now. Or she, they. But that means we're at least a couple of people doing the challenge. That's awesome. But yeah, so this is an elf, and this is my biggest worry for today, I think. That's gonna come up now, because like I mentioned, I've only ever like talked about elves in in the context of dragons who despises elves. They hate them. At least the dragons around the dragon roosts, floating islands of dragon roosts. So they talk about them in a derogatory manner. Now we're gonna have an elf who needs a name. And I don't know. I don't have a naming convention, and I don't have a language for elves in the context of my stories. And not only that, but I also need naming convention for devils who are also going to be part of this battle. So this battle is going to be a Fey folk, a Feyan, that's Reinaith, and Adarith, who's in the weapon. It's going to be a human. Don't have a name for a human, but I'm using traditional human names. Probably twisted a bit with the spelling. It's going to be a dwarf. There's going to be 5 heroes. It's going to be a dwarf. And I do have naming convention for dwarves. And I do have some language down for dwarves. It's going to be an elf. And it's going to be a devil. That's 5 of the 10 species of my world. 10 main species. But these 2, I don't have naming conventions for them, and I don't have language for the elves. So I'm going to spend some time doing that. It's fine. A melodious voice. Asked as she walked up to stand besides Reinaith. Adarith, the Feyan answered. Answered and picked the warhammer up to be held in both his hands. We were just talking about home and why we're here. Oh, and now we need a name for the elf. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it here and Chrome tab up. I just made this document. I hope you can read it just fine. I know my because of my stream look, it's all a bit, maybe a bit smushed. I don't know. Hey, we just went through 2 hours of the stream. Yay! I mean, we're getting closer to doing a page per hour. Anyway, where were we? Naming conventions. We have devils. We have naming convention for dragons. We don't have anything for devils. We have a language though that they share with angels, which is another species. Well, I guess might as well put that up here. And say angelic. Angelic angels. And their name to be determined, but they're called angels for now. Give the devils Italian name, says El Cuervo. That would be funny. And you're actually not entirely off the mark, El Cuervo. Might as well show you guys. Why did that not happen? Not change. Angelic. So angelic and demonic, whatever we're calling him, they're going to be inspired by Latin. They're going to share the language. I even tried to do some grammar rules here, and I'm not a linguistic, so that's interesting. But you know, so there's going to be some overlap with Latin-rooted languages, like Italian or Spanish for you, El Cuervo. That's at least my hope, that you'll be able to see some similarities between those languages. But that was not what we wanted to. I mean, we're still going to need it, but I think I want devils to have like a. Okay, so I think their naming convention should be to be resemble real world demon names. And I want them to. I want them to have like. I think, is it Lucifer name meaning? Lucifer means like light bearer or shining one. Yeah. I want them to be called like something with one. I thought that could be pretty cool. Hey, Jamie's here. Good afternoon, Thomas. I'm so happy to see you taking on the challenge. I'm about to start as well for my 10th year. Dun dun dun. Good old luck. Oh, thanks, Jamie, and good luck to you. And welcome. It's nice to have you here. Nice to have you swing about, drop by. I'm doing the challenge. It's going all right. We've done 1.5 pages. I hope to do 10 pages. That is probably not going to happen today, because I am now heading into my first big problem, which is naming of characters for languages that I haven't come up with yet. It's going to be 2 characters, but yeah, I think I wanted devil names to be like real world names, and then they should like should mean the one, the something one. So like e.g. Lucifer meaning the shining one. Shining one. I think that's a pretty cool that's a pretty cool way of naming. And then of course I think I also want to have a difference between male and female in the name here. Like we have with dragons. I have a rule that it ends with the consonant followed by 1, 2, or 3 vowels, and the male ones ends with 1, 2, or 3 vowels followed by consonant. Or dwarves have variations of they end with hun, hine, hines, or male ones with han, ham, and hans. Jamie says, don't overthink that. Honestly, leave blank if you have to. Don't let names be the blocker for your word count progression. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know if I can go on without the names. It's important to me. But that's where I think I'm just gonna do some quick decision making. Like we just did with this real world demon names thing and the shining one. Quick decision. Boom. Boom. Then we have the elves. So it is an elf that we are currently on. So Jamie, while I do appreciate the advice and I actually agree, I am going to block myself here. Let chat decide the temporary names. Brian, the devil. $10 super chat for a name. You know what? If I had super chat enabled, we could totally have done that. I just need to find here. Elves. Elven glossary. Okay, I actually have a little bit. I completely forgot about that. Oh, I have a little bit of Elvish here. It's going to be inspired by Kenya and Sindarin in the Elf Dictionary. Parfait Helen. You know, so we're halfway there. Right, we might as well. Okay, so like I mentioned, elves have like things with sound, with music, with the wind. So this one is going to be called something with bell, I feel like. And we have kill here. We can work with that. So like as Gandalf in Lord of the Rings was called Mithrandir, Grey Wanderer, maybe we can have like the bell singer or the bell ringer. I like bell singer actually. Yeah, I quite like that. Let's do that. So here in path at Helen, we type in singer, and we pick singer, and then Niello is the. Whoops, where am I? Where are we? That one. So singer. That is Kenya. No, what the hell? Did I just press an add? God damn it. Sindarin. Singer is masculine name. Singer in battle. Lind. Glinel. Singer elf. Lind is singer in Sindarin. Lind. Okay, so next up we're going to make a word that sounds a bit like a mix of Niello and Lind, but we also wanted to sound cool with quill or kill. And I feel like I also need like a I need something extra for the name so that it makes sense to write the name out. Actually, I just want to add something here. I just want to say she didn't know Fayen. Actually, this should be here. So I think I want him to talk in human language, because we are in the lands of humans right now in the story. The Fayen answered. The best he could in human language. Okay. Here we are, singer. So we came from singer. Niello. Niello. You know, Lyle. That's not too bad. But that just means that there's a lot of L's in there. We could just go S, seal. Like, then we lean us up against the English word for singer, CL. So that would make this kill CL. I'm not super happy with it, but like we said, maybe we just need to pick something and then move on with it. So we could have actually for naming convention for elves. This is the Elven language, Elvish language. Two words put together for as descriptor of what the parents want for their children. Hey Kai, welcome back. Have you found a computer? There's no signal in my library. Oh my god. So you're like back at home now then? Did you go all the way back from the library? And then we could have like the two words the first word is a letter. A letter is added to the first word, signifying female or male. Then we have like A, I, A, E, I for females, and O, U, well, for males, but I feel like there should be another one. Do we only have 5 vowels in English? Vowels in English. Oh my god. It's because in Danish we have 8. We have the AO. So we're gonna have Y as well for males. So we would have, oops, this elven here. We would have it called Kilasiel. That's pretty elvish. Actually. Kai said I ended up writing on paper, walking now. Got a good chapter in. Okay, nice. So you hit your 3,000 words. That is great to hear. Well done. So there would be like... Kai asks, how many pages are you on now? Well, this is the second page, so like 1.5 page, but I did hit a bit of a roadblock in that I knew was coming, in that I still didn't have names for some of these characters, and they're not gonna have a big part. They're gonna have a big part in the prologue, but they're not gonna have a big part in the story like that. But it's just some background stuff that I should have been doing, but that I failed to be doing. And now it's biting my butt. But I do feel like I came up with this name quite quickly. So that's good. So she would be called... Actually, he looked up at... Kai says, I love naming characters so much. Well, I do too. I feel like when you have a cool name that fits just right for the character, especially like fantasy setting, I feel like that does so much to the world building, right? The trouble is, I've decided for my own world here that each and every species, main species of the world, are gonna have their own language and their own naming convention. And I'm not a linguist, I'm just an average dude. So coming up with stuff like language and naming convention and make it sound somewhat believable, that takes a lot of time. It can take a lot of time. He looked up, so of course, like I mentioned, Reinaid is a Fey folk. He is short. He's like he's like a human to the waist. So he looked up at Kilisiel. In all her elven grace. Honestly, I don't hate that name. I really don't. I'm quite happy with that. Kai says that dude is probably still taller than me. Well, maybe you're a Fey folk in real life. Who knows? without knowing how tall you are. He had hardly heard her. Coming despite the tall gonna have a full stop and a new sentence here. Kai says it's cold and I want to go home. Well, you said that you were close to home, right? So hopefully you got home soon. Where are you from, Kai? Despite the tall woman being clad in plated armor. In plated armor from top to bottom. Though she was holding her helmet under one of her arms. Oh, you're from the UK, the land of Greggs, sausage rolls and road rage. Wow, I couldn't have said it better myself. And I worked with Brits. So you pretty much have the same weather as in Denmark, which is drab, cold, boring, grey, rainy. Actually, I want her to put her helmet down and not hold it under one of her arms, though she was no, that was the wrong word. She was putting her helmet she was putting her helmet down on the ground. Kaiser is still able to get away with just a hoodie at the moment, though. Okay, so it's not too bad. Though, I do have an idea of why you're cold then. Fane sounds... I wanted to make a comment like... She's still... I want her to be like... I want to have some friendly conversation, friendly banter between these characters. You know, so it all seems fairly natural what's going on. Or like, they all know that they're on a mission where they're probably going to die, these people. So, yeah, I want to have this natural, solemn conversation. And I think... And of course here I'm saying that we've established that they are talking in human. But I'm also establishing that each and every race have their own language, which is something that, well, I guess I established it in Calamity, one of my short stories, where we have a human trying to talk in Dwarven, and even though what I write is in English, so it's like broken English to show that he has trouble pronouncing it. Like Kai said, I hope my phone don't die. Jesus. Well, as much as I want you to be here in the stream, Kai, and on this journey, maybe you should consider not watching until you're at home and you can charge your phone then, because a dead phone is like no good, right? Anyway, Fane still sounds so rough to me. This is, of course, Fane is, I guess I can show. Fane is very much inspired by Celtic languages, which is Scots, Gaelic, and Welsh. And I think you could say that they are a bit rough around the edges, those languages. Kai says, I'm actually allergic to running because every time I do, my legs get uncomfortably itchy. I have never heard of that. What? That is wild and strange. Are you sure it's not because you're running in the wrong clothes? That might make it itchy and uncomfortable. The elf said as she casually tied up her hair up her long blonde hair. I'm just gonna go with the traditional elf here. Wow. long. Her long blonde hair. Not even noticing how her long pointy ears got a little in the way. It's okay, because those last 5% will last forever. Well, I hope you're right on that. Otherwise, you're gonna have a brick until you get home. Sit with a smile. No. She looked down at I actually don't have an idea. I don't have an idea of how Renaith look. She looked down at Guys, why is it already getting dark? Hello? It's only 4. Yeah, it's 5 here in Denmark, and it's pretty dark outside. It is indeed pretty dark outside. But so Kilisiel here. She looked down at into Renaith's bright copper eyes. With her own of vibrant with her own vibrant pink roses. Does that make sense? Vibrant pink roses. So that's just like she has rose eyes. It's like something I wrote in Want, my first short story. I was actually really proud of that sentence, which is one of the characters have ruby red eyes, and she looks at her husband, who has done some shit, and like she could kill him, and it says like her ruby daggers bore into his soul or something, something like that. And I was very happy with that. Her ruby daggers, like, I think that was a great way of saying both the color of her eyes, but also like, what do we say, the way she was looking at him. I'm sure everything. Actually, no. I wanted to say that her accent was much better. Her human accent was much better than almost indistinguishable. How the hell? Distinguishable from native speakers. I'm sure every language sounds rough in the ears of an elf. Renaid answered, returning the smile. Returning the smile. Kai said, I wrote a sentence I love so much today. It's something like, his eyes looked into the edge of the universe, something like that. I just love it. I don't know. I feel like I'm on a writer's high right now. I'm so inspired. Oh, that's so lovely to hear, dude. That's amazing. And honestly, you should celebrate that. Celebrate it. Like, there is something so great about being proud of something you've done, right? And yeah, celebrate that you wrote something you thought was awesome. That's so good to hear. I love that. Do you miss him? The elf asked. Having finished tying up her hair, her golden locks. He's still here. Renaith. Said, lifting and gently dropping the hammer back into the hand, dropping the hammer, the war hammer. Back into his hand. His gloveless hand. Oh. Gloveless hand. Kai says, I'm also thinking of changing my book title to Of Blood and Blades. Because, I don't know, I wrote down and I literally circled in a red pen. It's called When I Never Right Now. Well, it of course depends on your on the book, right? On the content. Like, I don't have a title for this book yet. I have a title for the third book in this trilogy, which is going to be The Son of the Evening, and the entire trilogy is going to be called the Eveningsun Trilogy. But I'm hoping that the title will reveal itself to me at some point during this writing. I will say Of Blood and Blades. It sounds cool, but it also sounds kinda fantasy-like, kinda medieval, maybe Roman gladiator-like. When I Never sounds pretty cool, but then of course, Of Blood and Blades could be much more descriptive than When I Never. I'm so incisive though, so it's gonna change, but I'll definitely have it saved somewhere. Yeah, I mean, that's also one of the things I do whenever I have to name things. Like, if I didn't name Kilisiel here this fast because of NaNoWriMo, I would be doing, let me just show you guys. I would be doing like a brainstorm, a naming brainstorm, like I've done here. And then I pick stuff that I like, and I write stuff that I think about that I don't necessarily like, but I still write it down. So just so I don't have to rethink bad ideas. I don't remember. Yeah, a fire was no. I've done. Let's see here with Vesper, the main character. No, that was actually pretty fast. I figured that out. I have some names where it's just. This here is just a block of the naming brainstorm. Is just a block of names and what they potentially could mean. Yeah, I named one of my main characters after a rat that went to space. Like, that's cool as well to, you know, to honor something that you think is funny or interesting in the real world. I love rats, though. It's definitely another hyperfixation. So it is definitely honoring the rats, right? But yeah, write every title idea down. I actually have some title ideas for this one. Here I have some name suggestions. I have the second sun, the second dawn, the second sunset, a new sun, a new dawn. I think I want it to be like around this sun theme, the theme of suns or light or morning, given that the trilogy is going to be called the Eveningsun Trilogy. So I do have some ideas, but it's just like I'm not super hyped on any of them. Maybe the second sun, but I'm a little worried that it's weird that the first book in a series is called The Second Sun. I don't know. It's gonna be a bit strange. Forget something over here. Yeah, okay. He's still here, Renee said, lifting and gently dropping the warhammer back into his gloveless hand. Actually, not so. I was gonna say like so. So like it's not like he's not here, but that doesn't make any sense. But yes, but do I miss his soft? Do I miss his soft wool? Or the way he gently headbutted me. When he disagreed with some of my terrible decisions. Of course I do. You know, I never realized how quick and fast that we came up with that name that I'm actually quite happy with. I feel like that should be celebrated. Good job, me! Yay! Woo! Mini wave in celebration of me! The fan turned his the warhammer and looked directly into one of the ornate ram eyes. I've promised him, though, that when this is all over, I'll join him one way or the other. One way or the other. Oh, we are almost at the end of page number 2. Renaith and I might change her name to Kilasiel. I don't know. Maybe Kilisiel is good. Yeah, I guess so. Didn't say anything for a moment as they looked onto into the valley. And it swore. Are you scared? She asked. Even heroes. Oh. Even heroes knows when to be scared. Renaith. Answered with a sly smile. Answered with... Hey, that's page number 2! And we are 3 hours into the live stream. Yeah, that 10 page for one day is probably not going to happen, but answered with oh no, a sly smile. Oh, so we're heroes now. Is that why we're doing this? What the hell? That's supposed to be a question mark. Everyone can see that. Beautiful question mark. Wow, amazing. I also need to have a quick pee break. Be right back. Actually, just thought of something fun. Quick break. BRB. Wow, what a high tech, what a beautiful high tech sign. Hey, page 3, says Kai. Yay, page 3. Woo! Okay, be right back. All right. I also set over some hot water for tea, because it is indeed chilly here in Denmark. So yeah, page 3. This is where it's at. Right. Where were we? So we were talking about being heroes. Wouldn't you call us heroes? I don't see anyone other than the 6 of us. About to do what we plan. Six. Kilisiel sported a puzzled look. Whoops. Who's the 6th? Kai says, my shoulder's killing me. Had to get talking cat food. I'm almost home. I'm rooting for you, Kai. Good to hear that you are indeed almost home. Who's the 6th? Adarith. Of course. Who else? The Fayan returned. Turn the look to the elf. It looked like it's about to rain, so not only am I battling with a heavy bag, I'm racing the weather and my phone battery. Damn. This is... You should write a short story. There's so much drama there, Kai. So much drama that you're experiencing right now. With going to the library, not having a computer, the weather is shit, you have to pick up food. Damn, there's so much drama and tension right there. Sometimes real life is just a better story than what we can write, right? My apologies. I keep forgetting how close faithful are with their animals. My life is a whole Netflix series with spin-off movies. Make sure you get the royalties from them. Also, be right back again. The water is ready for the tea. Got, well, you can't see it because it's blue, but I got a mug of tea, an Alliance mug, of course. I'm about to destroy a copper, says Kai. Yes, I too am about to destroy this copper. And I got plenty more water for refill. Also blue, so it doesn't work with my blue screen. Beautiful. Well done, me. And let me just make sure that my cup of tea here doesn't get horribly all over my beautiful book here. Keep forgetting how close people are with the animals. So, I really want Reynard here to say something like, they're not animals, they're spirit bound. Still like, Kai says still like 5 minutes from my home, Jesus. You can do it, dude. I believe in you. Let's go, Kai. He's not an animal. Elena is said with the tone of someone tired of explaining. Someone tired of explaining himself yet again. He still continued though. As he would never not defend his friend. Hey, by the way, we're 3 hours and 19 minutes into the live stream right now, and I think that might be a new record for me writing. And I honestly, my brain doesn't feel that mushy as it usually does. I don't know. Let's see something here. Never mind. It's just the most recent subscriber is not updating, but that might be because I know I can see that there has been a couple of people subscribing as I've been streaming, but they might just have it set to private. Akai says, I can only do 2 hours max before my brain shuts off and refuses to do anything. You know, I was similar. When I first started live streaming as well, that was 2 hours was 1.5, 2 hours was the absolute maximum. But it just comes with practice. Especially because I have a ring light shining straight into my face. So I was just really... After those 1.5, 2 hours, when I started live streaming a little bit in the beginning of the year, I was just done, dude. But yeah, it's been slowly... I've been slowly extending that time period that I can do this, and that's nice. This is wild. Just when I think that I have a blue screen, it's normally a green screen, but it is blue. I have a blue blanket over it, and I'm like, okay, now I can wear my cool Lord of the Rings Rohan shirt that's green, and then I pick a mug that's blue. God damn it. No, guys, it's raining. Please, hurry home, Kai. Hurry home. So he would never nut. He's a spirit. He's my spirit bound. He's my spirit bound. And I am his. He is he is an old. He is from the Fae folk. I don't know if this is too much explaining, too much exposition, but whatever. He is from the Fae folk of old. Sent back from the amber sleep to guide me. In this life. And I value his opinion more than any others. Like a minute away. I did it, chat. Way! Wee! Well done. Well done, Kai, for getting home. Now go grab yourself some warm clothes and some tea. And never going outside again. That sounds like a good plan. Stay inside and cook up some wonderful stories. Oops, to guide me. Mini celebration in mini wave in celebration for Kai for getting home. Hooray! Ah, that was nice with some tea. Okay, so the conversation right now is moving towards them talking about religion, which I need to naturally cut Kilisiel off before she's going to talk about Elvish religion, because I haven't made that up yet. So we need to naturally do something to avoid me having to come up with that. I just know in my mind that it's going to be about sounds and voices. And elves in my world are living in pyramids. And I have this idea of their priests being walking around with golden masks on, and have vowed to stay silent because sound is sacred. But I don't have it in detail at all. Kai says, my phone is charging, my kitty is meowing. Everything sounds good. Just get some warm clothes on, get some warm tea, and enjoy being home. Sorry, I'm just adjusting. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea to do right now. Maybe my brain is turning into mush. I was adjusting my my web camera, as you can see, probably see. I sincerely apologize. My friend, I did not mean to, to offend. To offend neither you, your spirit-bound nor your way of life. The elf. What the hell? The elt? What am I writing here? This is not letters. The elf. Oh my god. The elf. Bowed low enough that her head was slightly below that of the Faen. This keyed out cup of tea is doing wonders. My apartment is quite drafty, so, and I'm sitting like right next to a door to a balcony, so this is great. Just what the doctor ordered. What happens if I press this? Okay. There was just a button in like the subscription feed in Streamlabs that looked like it would be updating, but it didn't. Sorry, I'm just updating some YouTube stuff and looking at it. It's pretty cool. Okay. So we want her to continue. We elves do not I guess do not believe is kind of, she's saying like she doesn't believe in the spirit bounds. The spirit bounds are actually true in this world. They're real. I don't want her to sound demeaning here. We elves do not have such a strong bond with our ancestors. Instead, we believe that souls, and then she gets cut off, so we don't have to talk anymore about Elvish religion because we don't have any Elvish religion background lore. That's way down the road. So I'm, like I mentioned, I'm writing short stories, and I intend to keep doing that in between this book that we're writing now. Not for NaNoWriMo, but like I have this short story work. This short story anthology is actually going to be 2 books. And it's going to be, I have the latest one, this is number 4. It's going to be 10 short stories for each of the 10 races, species in my fantasy world. And elves are not going to be I'm not going to make the short story for elves until I think it's the 9th out of 10 that I've planned. So this is the 4th one is Warned. That's what we're writing right now. What we was writing before we started with this. And I'm almost done with that. Hoping to get it done, at least first draft, before the end of the year. So that's the 4th one. And then there's going to be 4 others until I begin writing about the elves again. It has taken me 2 years to write those 4. Anyway, so Kiel here gets cut off. She gets cut off by she gets cut off by one of the others in this group of champions. Now, but who does she get cut off? So we are in, again, I don't actually have a map, which I definitely should have, but we are in a in the lands of humans, and the Fey folk, the elves, the dwarves, and the devils have all come to aid the humans in the defense versus this shadowy evil. So I think I want the Renaith and Arderith. Arderith. They're important because they're important to the story. So they're gonna have a big role in this. The prologue is ending soon actually, so I think. But the leader of these champions, he's going to be a, I think he's going to be a human. So we just need a human name for him. But they could also be cut off by the devil. The devil, not the devil, but the devil of these people. Yes. I guess I have a little bit of, like, if he talks about religion, the devil here. Devil. Sounds cool. I like the way that sounds. Devil. Not just devil. So devils in this world are also believers in souls. Spirits, like the Fae and the elves. But they believe that souls are much more personal. And they each go with this little totem that's supposed to store their souls. That much I have written down. So when just before they die, the souls are supposed to go into this little totem, which is then can be used in warfare. The power of that can then be used. I wonder if this should be the guy who interrupts her. That would sort of make sense. There is nothing to to believe. Yeah, that was true. Believe about souls. Another voice interrupted. And now we need a name for the devil. The devil here. So Let's go here, and so that was resemble real world demon names, and it should mean the something one. So I am going to demon names. Damon. Oh, it's kind of cool. Christianity demon names. I guess not Christianity, let's just go demon names. Lucifer theological demon names. Right. Christian demonology, actually. Christian demonology. Number, appearance, possession. Names. Christian demonology. We have Lucifer, Satan, Abaddon, Asmodeus, Mammon. Tempts people with wealth, Belial, fallen angel. 5 most powerful demons. Oops. Yes, that's fine. Seven princes of hell. Satan, separate wrath. Asmodeus is lust. Mammon is greed. Belphegor is sloth. Beelzebub is gluttony. Leviathan is envy. Asmodeus, I quite like that name. It's like Asmodan. Asmodeus. It literally means wrath demon. Okay. We can go with that. We can do something with that. So this is our angelic and demonic language. Wrath. Ira. Let's go back here. So row below, wrath. Ira. Yeah. I'm not so sure on that. Elven language, we can move that as well. So we have one. As well, wrathful one, Unus. Yeah, we can work with that, Unus. So we want him to be called like the wrathful one, but it should be named as well, and it should be there should be Do we want a distinction between males and female names here? I think we do want one. I'm in the same problem that I always have, that I mentioned as well before when we figured out Kili Shell's, can't see that, Kili Shell's name. It's that I want it to be a name that is still the same name when the characters are speaking their own language. So for example with Kilisiel here, Kilisiel here, that was Kil was bell and Ciel was singer. So if we had just put Kilisiel, that would be bell singer, which is the meaning of it, of course. But if someone is talking to her in Elvish, the English translation would be bell singer, right? And I still want the person to say Kilisiel and not bell singer when they're speaking Elvish. And my way around that is to make these special rules for the namings, like the contraction of words for the Feyen, adding the I and apostrophe for the elves. That's the idea. So I don't know. Ashmedai. That's also a cool name. I like the ash. If this is a devil and something with fire, because they do live in a fire world, place of fire in the same world. So I actually quite like that ash would be part of it. Even though ash is not a Latin word, or is there anything we can fire? Ignis. Ash. Sinis. Okay. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. So we want it to sound Latin-like. And I guess if we go Deus, that means God, right? Yeah. I quite like that Deus, Deum, Deia would mean one. So like day. And I know in Latin that would be God of God, but that's fine, that's not the same. It just needs to sound similar. So so they could all end with Deus, Deia, Deum. So ends with day, which in turn signifies female or male. So e.g. Deus with an I, Deum, Deian. Okay, I think we're onto something here. I quite like this. Deum, Deus, whoops. For males, and then Deia, Ne. Deisu for female. Female is ends on vowel, so it's a little bit like dragons, which actually makes sense. Dragons down here, because in my world dragons were enslaved for a very long time by the elves, so it actually makes super much sense that the naming would be the same. Vowel, e.g. Male ends on consonant, e.g. Okay, that's kind of cool. So what do we have? If you want something the fiery one is a very classic devil thing, isn't it? We could also go wrathful. And call him Ashmadeus. That sounds quite yeah, maybe I can dig that. So wrath, what if that was Asha and And like if something is full, so up here, full, it's like men. So it would be Ashmandeus. We got it. We got it. We got it. Ashmandeus, Wrathful One. That's also quite a powerful name. And then I can have like the whole devils should like they embracing these more negative, powerful connotations like wrath, greed, maybe. Things that are attributed to fire. So Ashman Deus joined them in looking out onto the valley. Souls are individual. Souls are individual, powerful, and no one. Whoops, that's 2 words. No one can control them except for ourselves. Even though Renaith even though Renaith what? Even though Renaith. Honestly, I realized again that we just came up with a name for a character, and I'm actually quite happy with how it turned out. And it was so fast. It took like what, 15-20 minutes? This is the power of a challenge such as this. Like, you have to make quick decisions and not think about it too much. And honestly, it has worked out great twice now. Oh yeah. Just gonna annotate that down. Oh my god, we just turned 4 hours. We just turned 4 hours on this live stream, this bad boy. We're almost done with page 3, but we have been through the two biggest hiccups now, which is the naming conventions of from two species that we had not down beforehand. And Kai is back. Welcome back, Kai. I hope you're all warmed up, that your kitty is meowing and being thoroughly petted, and you're ready for more writing. Either by yourself or for me. Knew that Ashmodeus was a good guy. Under his tough demeanor, he still looked a little bit frightening with his bright red and smooth skin. His spiky black horns and hair, and his glowing oh, Kai asks what page you're on now. I am still on page 3, but we're soon done with page 3. But like I mentioned, we did spend some time coming up with naming convention for the Devils, which I'm actually quite happy with. And it was just snap decision. He has glowing yellow eyes. But I don't want to write yellow. I want to write yellow color. I used amber in another story, didn't I? No, we have the amber sleep. With his school bus yellow eyes. That's a great description for a fantasy. No, I'm actually tempted to use amber as well here. Because so we already mentioned the Amber Sleep, which is the Fae folk, the name for the death realm that the Fae folk believe in. But if we then say that this devil character has glowing amber eyes, which is also yellowish. It could also be orange, actually. Amber is sort of orange, but that would make a connection between them that I quite like, between the Fey folk and the Feyans, the devils. Do we have... orange? Oh no! Orange. Shades of orange. No. Can I just... There we go. Shades of orange. Bright orange, neon, mango. Amber is there, tangerine, sunset eyes, sunset. No, amber is fine, I think. Kai says, I just realized you're using a fountain pen. I can't do that because I'm left-handed. Really? I did not know that. So this fountain pen in particular, it's from Lamy. I think this might be ambidextrous, but I don't know. So we left hand to right. Oh yeah, you can't because you're going against the... If you're writing from left to right, you're going against the grain thingy. Oh, that sucks. I love writing with a fountain pen. And also not going against the grain. What it's called? You're going against the... I don't know what that's called. The direction of the pen. That sucks. I love using the fountain pen. And also, my newest subscriber actually updated. Thanks, Morten. It's one of my friends. I bet he just wanted to do that so he could be on the stream. You could do like melted caution because caution tape is yellow. Yeah, it's not bad. I want to be famous this morning. Yes, thank you. Yeah, well, you are very, very famous right now. And also, thank you for the subscription. I think you might be the number 100 then. It's good to know that it actually works. But right now, I think I'm going to go with his glowing amber eyes. We can always change it, but yeah. That always looked like they were digging deep into one's mind. I don't want to... Maybe we should use spirit here. Deep into one's spirit. Just because we're already talking about souls here. And I don't want to use the same words too much. Okay. I know I'm also not quite sure about the good guy here, good guy connotation. So I'm gonna rephrase. Yes. Kai says, I'm gonna write again in a sec. I'm just so tired. Yeah. I mean, sometimes just sitting down and doing something can help with that. So once you get going, I'm sure you know that as well. Once you get the ball rolling, it's just like it's yeah, the tiredness just goes away. That's what I wanted to say. Great. And when we're done using them ourselves, the devil, there we are. Now it's official, they are called devils. The devil continued. I never asked what the story is about, lol. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a long one. No. The story is quite separate from the prologue. So the story itself is going to be about a Faian girl, a small Faian girl, 10, 11, 12-ish, who is living at a castle inhabited by paladins, these powerful human warriors able to do water magic. She learns, she's called Vespa. She learns about a plot to kill the leaders of the paladin, the probably going to call him a Grand Protector as his title. And so she has to stop this. And then she gets involved in this bigger plot with a cult trying to end the world, basically. Or start the end of the world from this paladin castle. That's the story. And then the entire story is gonna take place inside the castle. The prologue here is 600 years in the past, where there was this great battle against a shadowy evil trying to consume the world, basically. Where these 5 different races, 5 different species banded together and fought back. And then the paladin castle here is raised, or was raised on top of this battle where it took place. So that's the relation. And Renaith in particular is gonna, his spirit is gonna play a role in the story. Kai said I will read that. Well, thank you very much. I do think it's not to be too self-involved, but I'm actually quite happy with what I think. I think it's going to be a pretty good story if I can get it out correctly. So yeah, as I said, the prologue here has more indirectly something to do with the story. And then I want this story to be the first book in trilogy, where the third book is gonna culminate with another big battle, much akin to this that's gonna happen in the prologue here. But yeah, that's the story. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried that it's too when I don't really have the elevator pitch down for it, right? So yeah, I'm a little bit worried that it's too that it's not simple enough, because like I mentioned, I want it to be like a young adult fantasy novel. I want it to be something that kids can read, something like Harry Potter, the first one. Kai says my book is it's a 2-book series. Oh, okay, so that's a duology, isn't that what it's called? I quite like that. I mean, you always talk about trilogies, but like if you have a story that makes sense to end in 2 books or movies or whatever, that's different. It's cool. It's interesting. The God of War, the new God of War series, that was freaking amazing, and it did not need a third game. Their power needs to be stored. For the greater good. He tapped his crystal-like totem. Actually, he just tapped his totem. Hanging outside his armor. For the time being. The sandy crystal? Sandy crystal. Glittered. I'm not sure about sandy, but not sure. But it's like beigey yellow, glittering. as it swayed slightly from his touch. Kai says, I have no clue, but the second one is gonna have a woman in a mental hospital. I'm so excited to write it. I mean, we talked earlier about having multiple projects, so if you do ever feel like you're stuck on the one that you're doing right now, the When I Never, what's it called? Of Blood and Blades. I mean, start writing stuff down for the second book, especially if you're excited for it, because, you know, sure, both projects might take a little bit longer to finish, but you're also gonna have them finished closer to each other, which is also gonna be a cool feeling. Slightly straight from his touch. So I just realized something. Let's just see here. Yeah, I think I want to end the prologue like soonish. So I think I want to have the two rest of this band of champions, this band of heroes. I want to have them join them now. And humans do not believe at this point in time. Whoops. I just touched my screen. At this point in time, the humans do not believe in souls like. So I guess someone comes in who's like, I don't know. Someone comes in who's like the human champion. He could be a bit like, let's stop talking about stupid souls. Everybody knows they're not real. Well, maybe a little bit less of an ass. So how would we say that? I have an idea to how I want to end the prologue. But it's just like getting there. I want to end it with a scene of the 5 of them standing at top of the valley, looking down. And like you can just see the silhouettes and the very last rays from the evening suns is shining behind them, give them almost wings. I think that's a cool picture. I think that's a pretty cool picture. If the 3 of you are done talking about souls and spirits, and what not. The final, the last 2 of the group joined the last 2 of the group a human and a stout dwarf, not a dwarf. Joined them at the edge of the valley. Of the formed valley, because this valley wasn't there before. It wasn't there before the before this evil came about. Newly formed valley. Newly formed Black Valley. Did I just see the camera go back? No, okay. I thought autofocus was turned back on. It wasn't. Newly formed Black Valley. It looks like it's time for us to join ... Okay, so now we need a name for a human. But that's luckily... What the hell is that? Luckily, humans just have human names. So we just need to find a cool human name and maybe twist it a little bit. So it does sound a little bit more... just sound a little bit more fantasy-like. So we have this webpage behind the name. And... what's a cool name? A cool name for hero. What if we say hero? Greek mythology. Is that an actual name? Hero. Oh. Hero? Interesting. Heron? Yeah, I was thinking maybe actually strong is a good one. It's gotta be lots of names. Actually, I'm also in the wrong. Meanings. That's where it's supposed to be. Name meaning. Enter meaning. Hero. Hero. Brave. That's a good one. Kempf. Nope. User submitted names. What about strong here? We have strength. Gaillard, hardy, reich, Rika, stark, strong, Tosto. Strength. To be strong. Queen Yay. Not so happy with that. So brave was also a good one. I know at least of one hardy. Valiente. That's a surname meaning bold, daring. Interesting. Valiente, a nickname derived from Spanish meaning brave. Interesting. Keen. Commander Keen. I didn't know that meant brave. Interesting. Cool. Bold, brave. Bold is good. Matthias asked, can I get mod? Well, luckily, Matthias, and welcome by the way, you already are a mod on this channel. You got it half a year ago or something. So, wish granted, and welcome to the stream. Warrior here. You know, there's a Danish word called jarl. Old Norse. It's like it's a noble title. It means earl. That could also be a surname. Matthias asked, yeah, but like the goat of all mods. I don't know what that is. But I'm pretty sure you're the only moderator, so you already are the goat of all mods, dude. Congratulations once again. Now don't abuse. You promised you wouldn't abuse your mod powers. Can I just say that? So, you know, steady hands. Oh, Paladino. Palace officer. Hey, interesting. Whoa, knight. Surname. Yeah. there really no... This turned out to be way different. I'm also looking for just like first names and not surnames. Born Brooke. Brooke, that's a female name. Brooke. Cool names. Don't we have a random name? Random name generator. Most common given names. I actually think there is a random. Hello, random renamer. Okay, we're looking for we're looking for a masculine name, and I'm thinking Celtic, maybe Roman. I'm thinking something like English, French, maybe. No, Scottish, nah. Fantasy names here. Whimsical, fairy, hillbilly. Arthurian could be good. Biblical could be good as well. Anglo-Saxon, Germanic. Generate name. No. Brenton? What does Brenton mean? Surname that was derived Breni's town. Breni was Old English for fire. Maybe, not bad. Adam, Aiden. Aiden, I like Aiden. Popular in the sound, since it shares sound with Braden. But what does it mean? I think the name is naturally wholesome strong. Aedan. Little fire. Oh, Humbert. Matthew, no. Hitness says Carsten is the coolest name. Yeah, but I'm not gonna call him Carsten, I'm sorry. Even though it might be the coolest name ever. Jared, no. Cormac, no. Bartholomew is too long. Tristan, that could be good. Variant of Tristan. Diminutive of Drust. Probably also by association. According to tales, Tristan was sent. Drust. Tristan? Dristan. We got it. I like Tristan. It sounds human and it sounds fantasy-like. Let's go with it. And let's remove this. There we are. Okay. So we are falling behind schedule. We're going into almost 5th hour of this live stream and we're still on page 3, but that's going to change soon. Tristan pointed his broadsword at the raging battle. It looked as if the forces from the shadows were advancing through the ranks of the defenders, away from where the 5 was standing. Boom! That was the third. That was the third page. And we are one step closer. One page closer to the entire book. And just putting this here. Be right back. I need to pee and put a frozen pizza in the oven. Be right back. Okay. I of course forgot that the oven needs to preheat. So we can write a little bit while we wait. Okay, so we want just as it was planned. Right. A dwarf here. So we need another name. We need another name. It is Dwarven time. Dwarven name time. But luckily, we have naming conventions and Dwarven. This should be a woman. And we are inspired by old Chinese here. Whoops, that was my... Be right back. That was my oven is preheated. That was a very, very quick break. Okay, so Dwarven, we have... I think I want to call him Green. I might... Because I want him to be from like these green mountains. Shinakien. The green giant. And I want... I really like toying with the idea that traditional fantasy elements, like the tropes, right? So normally you see dwarves are like this Viking aesthetic. And I thought, couldn't it be fun if they were East Asian, Chinese, Japanese aesthetic? So like dwarves are still a species that lives in the mountains and they're miners still, but they're also just a different inspiration. I think that could be fun. So Xing, which is green, wow, that I don't know how anyone could mess up a set that badly. But we also had Xingham stated. No, she was a... Oh, right, that was a... Hun. From underneath her her armored helmet. And then she reiterates it just as it was planned. And I had somewhere that I wanted the where on earth did I write that? I had somewhere where I stated what the different heroes had as weapons, these different champions. Let me just see here, the world. Pop, 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 pop. In here, and the Eveningsun Trilogy. Important, well, it was here, important geography and landmarks. I think it was. So, just so you guys can see, important geography and landmarks of the Eveningsun Trilogy. Strive with a valley. It's the valley the story is taking place in. Well, that was the wrong. Well done. That was indeed the wrong. The wrong document. Oh, here it is. So, dwarves forged blades, hammer and arrowheads. The Fey folk provided wood from the realm tree. Spirit bound by the elves. There's a spear for the dwarf, a sword and shield for the human, a warhammer for the Fey folk, a bow for the elf, and a morning star. And dagger. So we need to have that into the story somehow. Okay, we're coming up to the coming up to the 5th hour of our live stream, and we're coming on to the up to the 4th page in the story. She clutched his ornamented spear. Designed to look like raging flames. The rest followed suit. Equipping their helmets equipping the helmets and readying Dair. Own weapons. And then a description of, you know, what we think are cool names. Not cool names, like cool sword. So we have a ornamented spear, designed to look like flames, quite like that. So we say Tristan his sword with cross guards of, this is just cross guard of 2 identical waves, and equally beautiful shield. Kili Ciel knocked an arrow Kili Ciel knocked an arrow into her bow, crafted to represent swift feathers. Sounds like a cool swift feathers. What did we say his name was? Ashmendeus. Ashmendeus. Ashmendeus, his morning star and dagger both forged like the twin suns. And Renaid clutched arteries as if he would never let him go. Oops. Okay. So that was a bit descriptive, a bit heavy on the description, but it's good. It's all good. It's words on a page, right? And I am behind schedule, so it's that. I'll see you soon, old friend. Renaid. Held the heavy. No. Heavy hammer. Close and whispered. A hum in return. Reassured the Fayen. Oh, my pizza is ready. That means quick break. Be right back. right. So back. I'm back, baby doll. Okay, with a little bit of something to eat. I'm quite hungry, to be honest. So enjoy me eating on stream. Just need some napkins. Okay. How did that happen? The Feyen full stop. How did that happen? Seriously. Just knocked an arrow, not an arrow. Dude. Okay, so now as the 5 champions lined up at the edge of the valley. So 5 champions lined up at the edge of the valley. The last rays of light from the evening suns actually, if I will light from the evening suns Made it look like? No. The last rays from the evening sun. I want the rays to be like, they like extend from behind them, giving them this sort of wings of light. Could say bless them. You know, hallowed might not be bad. Hallowed them. With wings of light. It was now or never. That's a bit. It was quite the what's it called? I've completely forgot the word. Quite the space between the words here. Kai is back and ready to write. Welcome back, Kai. I believe I am done with the prologue. Which means... So the prologue was almost 4 handwritten pages. It's probably alright. It's not supposed to be too long or anything. Almost took 5.5 hours. Yo! I know, it's great. And I gotta say, so is this frozen pizza. Well, it's not frozen anymore, but... Sorry about me eating on stream. It's necessary. Okay. So. Normally, well, like I mentioned, I've only written short stories. Guys, I just ate hot dogs. Yay! You know, junk food for life. Let's go. Well, it is weekend, so you're allowed to eat junk food in the weekend, right? What I was saying was, normally I would end the chapter, whatever, and then just go to the next page. But I know that's gonna mess up my my page count, so I'm just gonna write 1 with a Latin number, and then we're gonna start the next chapter. So the very first chapter is gonna be the introduction of Vespa. We're gonna show off her daydreaming, her adventurous side. She is, of course, 10 to 12-ish. So we need to establish her as a character. We need to establish that she's daydreamer, she's adventurous, she's curious, she wishes to become a paladin. And then we're going to introduce another very important character, her older sister, Afaya, who is a paladin. We're going to introduce the paladins. And we're going to also introduce the Temple of the Drowned. But very shortly, only very like almost a throwaway line. So the main plot here is Vesper's daydreaming of a dangerous adventure where she's fighting a dragon because she doesn't want to do her chores or what she has to do. And then Afaya comes back from a mission and tells Vesper to go do her chore. We also want Afaya to give Vesper a gift, which is linked to a lingering evil. And like I mentioned, we want to introduce the paladins being aware of Temple of the Drowned's rising activities. And the tension in this is going to be none too light. Now I hope I'm quite pleased with this prologue, these first 4 chapters. First 3.5 pages. I don't quite know if the tension is medium, but I feel like I want to express like tension in drama and like not so much action-y. Kai says, got another T2 and just stepped on some glass. Ooh. I hope nothing happened to you. Like, stepping on glass is bad enough. I hope nothing bad happened to you. Ooh. Go take care of it right now. And we will begin this. But yeah, I hope that I had this solemn, you know, the calm before the storm that we know is coming. I hope that was expressed during these 3-4 pages talking about death and everything. It was minuscule. I have a book to write. I will, please, take care of yourself. Get a band-aid or whatever. Just make sure you're okay and then get back to writing. Please. Sorry, gotta eat some more pizza. I didn't even know the word for space. Also finally got my chewing gum. Congratulations, man. I'm happy for you. You know, you gotta take the good with the bad. So like, sure you got a piece of broken glass up your foot, but at least you found your chewing gum. At here around 5:25. Okay, so now the actual story begins. Vesper has what I call a giant quirk. Naming conventions, we can put that down. There we go. Vesper has what I would call a giant quirk, She has a tendency to talk out loud to herself and often narrates her own daydream adventures. So we want that to be established quite early on. Pick a number from 1 to 19. I'll do that chapter. Okay. I will pick... This is actually my lucky number, favorite number. Because it's the date of my birth. I will pick number 19. So you have to write the ending first. And there's actually another reason for that. Because sure, some people like Stephen King swears by never doing that. Write the ending first. But I actually... Well, maybe not. I'm a proponent of... Is it proponent? No, man. I'm a... I swear by it, knowing the ending first of your story. Because then you have something to work towards. So that's another reason why I picked number 19, which I then want to be the final chapter of your book, Kai. So you will write the final chapter, and now you got something to work towards. Big brain plays. I actually love that chapter because it's a cliffhanger and I'm excited for it. Another good reason, another very, very good reason that it is a cliffhanger. Well, that you are very excited for it, so, you know, great way of doing things. I'm gonna note that down for a short form video. I know it's not terribly exciting to watch me note down short form videos or potential short form videos or watch me eat, but it's just a way of things. You know, like I mentioned before, one day I will have people noting down this stuff down and hired people to make videos for me. I hope. Oh, we are going on to the 6.5 hour of this stream. So it's a fight against a dragon that we're going to write. That's a daydream of the main character. The dragon's lair was near Vespa. Vespa said, even though she was quite alone on her dangerous mission. Vespa of the vigorous oh my god. Vigorous oath. Could feel it. So the vigorous oath is, just for some background, the paladins residing here at this Black River's Keep, where Vespa lives. They're called the Paladins of the Vigorous Oath. The Vigorous Oath is connected to the humans' main religion, the humans' religion. That's called Teachings of the Five Pillars. There is... I can never freaking remember them. Vigor, prosperity, peace, feast, and life. So as humans has very much built a society around these five pillars. That's their main religion. So the number 5 tends to come again and again. So there are 5 different paladin castles throughout the human kingdoms, and each of them have their own oath. So the paladins here at Vespa's location calls themselves the Vigorous Oath of the Vigorous Oath. Yes. Could feel it in her bones. She could feel in her bones. But she wasn't scared. Not when the lives of many people depended on her killing this menace, this fire breathing monster. This is, of course, this is Vespa, and she is a child. She is 10 to 12. I'm not sure I want her to be 11 years old, because I don't want there to be too many parallels between this and Harry Potter, which of course starts around Harry's 11th birthday. And then I realized that in my short story Danger, I also have a little girl as one of the main characters, side characters. And she's 10. So I don't want to reuse that age. That leaves 12 or 9. I feel like 9 is a bit, I don't know. It's somehow a bit too young for her to have a lot of agency in the story. And 12 is right on the verge of like... Like that's too close to teenage years, maybe. But maybe it's not bad. Maybe she is 12. Maybe she's 12. 10 to 12, whatever. It's fine. Killing this fire, but like I mentioned, she is... She's narrating her own daydream adventure. Yeah, Kai says go 12. 9 seems too young for me. Yeah, exactly. I don't want an Anakin Skywalker situation where he just locks into everything. I want the main character to have some agency throughout this. Cheers. So yeah, I definitely need to use simpler language. That was what I didn't say before I started eating. I think I need to use simpler language whenever she narrates. But I don't want her age to be revealed yet. And I'm a little scared that I'm going to repeat myself too much when I say armor clad. Let's just say hero here. The hero. You know, that's also a little bit of a meta decision, I guess you could say. We have is she's a hero. She's the hero of the story. But right now we're in a daydream. The hero kept moving forward. Shield and hammer. I kind of... She has a warhammer here, but it's a one-handed warhammer. And the only warhammer we have so far written about is Dair. who is a two-handed warhammer. Is there a different word for a two-handed warhammer? Warhammer. Actual warhammer. Not 40,000 warhammer. Warhammer weapon. See this one, typical warhammer. Was there a two-handed? Is that a thing? Warhammers can be two-handed. Medieval warhammers initially one-handed. Purpose. Pole hammers. We could say maze. It's a maze. It's not so much what I was looking for. I was more looking for this type. I guess we could just say that it's like shield and warhammer, shield and hammer. At the ready. The flying monstrosity could come from anywhere in this tight forest. Monstrosity. Yeah. But so far, everything was quiet. What? Procrastinated so hard I cut my hair? What? I don't think I've ever heard about that before. How do you manage to... What? Oh my god. Wow, that's That's a whole new level of procrastination I don't think I've ever known. Well done. Very well done. That's quite the achievement, I gotta say. So everything is quiet. So I know both of these paragraphs gonna begin with the, but I don't care. Actually, I do care, but I don't know what else it should begin with. And also, just need to do it. Oof. I honestly thought I would at least have written the 5th page now. So we are definitely behind schedule. I can't believe that I actually thought I would be able to write 10 pages today. I don't think that's gonna happen. But as long as we write more than the goal for today, then I am happy. Like I mentioned, I know of 4 days here in November where I definitely won't be able to stream and write that much. No stream at all, so I need to catch that up before the end. If I could have my final stream on the 28th of November, I think. Yeah, 28th. And that's when we end. That's when we hit the 50k words. I would be so happy. The wind. The wind what? The wind swept into flowed. Yeah, flowed, probably better. Flowed. The wind flowed into Vespers. Let's see. I already used rose. I used a pink rose. So it's probably not a good idea to use rose color. It's also not the one I'm looking for. Genuinely crashing out. Where did my writing skills go? Hello? Oh, know what you mean. It sucks. Sucks when that happens. The wind flowed into Vespers. Crimson hair? Crimson. What color is crimson? Oh. Yes, that's the red I want. crimson hair. Pulling it away from her plated shoulders. She didn't wear a helmet. Even though she had been advised to. She had been advised. No, she needed her full view, a full view at all times, and the added weight would just slow her down. Just slow her down. Down more. Vespa trusted in her own ability. Trusted in her own abilities. Trusted fully as she scanned the thicket. Thicket? That's a word, right? Thicket. It's like, yeah. I just looked it up in my Danish to English dictionary here. Just to make sure it was the right choice. Thicket. With her bright and vibrant copper eyes. Nothing still to be seen. So this is fun. This is quite fun. So like, Vespa is narrating herself and I'm narrating herself. So like, I'm almost writing the same thing as someone is talking. She's talking out loud as I would between the speech. It's actually quite funny. I quite like that quirk. I also quite like pizza. I do apologize, but my body needs sustenance and cola. Arriving at a clearing in the woods. Vespa of the vigorous oath. Immediately saw that this was no normal clearing. Hello, thesaurus clearing. Opening. There's no normal opening of no trees. Vespa kept on going. Earth, look. Look. The earth. Look, the earth is scorched and burned. She said. Our heroine said, this must be close to our dreaded monster. Oh, this is a this is a weird situation. So Vesper is narrating this, but she's narrating that she's talking. So we get this. I'm using one apostrophe for speech, and then two apostrophes. Bunny ears. For like, well, I guess they're intended purposes, you know, when someone is saying something sarcastically or something. But here she's she's narrating that she's talking. That's weird. Okay, so look for better way. Look for better way. That's I'm not sure about that. I hope I'll remember this comment. Or it could be one of the... I once put a comment that said... That was just an angry emoji. And it made super much sense when I wrote it, I remember. And then when I had to revise it, I had no idea what that comment was. Vesper narrating that she is talking. All right. Vesper raised her shield in anticipation. And suddenly her pointed ears heard a sound. Ears. So she's not... she has pointy ears. Pointed ears, but not pointy. They're not long like the elf that... like a Kilishel. They're just normal ears with a little point, right? They're pointed. If I write pointed ears, then we get this. This is exactly sort of what we want. Traditional hobbit ears. And then pointy ears. Well, I guess that's sort of the same. But long pointy ears. Long pointy ears. Then we are talking. And I think that's what we wrote for the elf. That there were long pointy ears. Very, very big difference. a cracking of branches. She immediately turned towards where the sound came from. Okay, so this is a horrible sentence and I do not like it, but it's NaNoWriMo, we have to just keep going. There's sound and sound in 2 sentences. I could say like end it here and then say like she immediately turned towards where the branches were cracking. Oh well. Came from. And no, I was no, I smudged it. I had apparently I had some. Why was I wet on my pinky? And that was weird. Oh well, I will fix that when it's dry. Let me turn to where the sound came from. And finally stood face to face with the reason for being in these dreaded woods. The dangerous dragon. I have come to slay you. Vespa shouted. At her adversary. Hey, that was page 4. Everyone can see that's page 4. What? What are you talking about? It says right there in the smudged part. that means we're closing in on today's must-have progress. Ooh. 5. Way indeed, Kai. Way indeed. So Vesper shouted at her adversary. Comma. Come on. Extending her hammer wielding arm. Whoops. Arm. Extending a hammer wielding arm. Towards the mighty beast. So much larger. So much larger and more threatening. Than herself. Never again will you take away any unwilling lives. I don't know. No, probably not. Never again will you kill the innocent. Or burn this anything in this world. She shouted at the top of her lungs. I don't know if I should explicitly state that she narrates herself. So like, if we say here, but the terrible beast did not heed her warning. So like say you have Vespa carried on narrating. Okay, I'm doing it now, but I'm also going to comment and say figure out if figure out if this should be explicit. Because I really like that quirk of Vespa, that she tends to narrate her own life, or whenever she goes into daydream mode. But yeah, I don't know if we should be so explicit about it. Carried on narrating, full stop. And it did not heed her next warning. Adhere to her next. I don't know if adhere is too big of a word for a 12-year-old to... It probably is. I'm gonna say follow. I just looked it up in the thesaurus. I'm gonna say follow instead. It's a bit simpler. Did not follow her next plea. Plea, that's more like a begging, isn't it? Anmodning, yeah. I'm not sure it should be plead. Plea. Suggestion. Maybe just suggestion, but let's see. Yeah, let's go with suggestion. Her next suggestion. Either. But she shouted it anyway. Vespa, the Vespa of the vigorous oath. Was merciful. Actually, 4. Vespa was merciful and did not take lives that she didn't have to. Away with you, beast. Promise to leave these lands and its people. And its people forever. What the hell was that? Forever. My V's and my R's look so similar. Away with you. Forever and to never destroy without a reason. I was about to say without cause, but I feel like that's too adult like. Oops. Without reason again. And I will spare you. And as a paladin of the vigorous oath, my word is sacred. It's blessed. Our heroine then awaited answer. Vespa held a pause for dramatic effect. This is fun. I really enjoy this actually. I'm a little scared for the rest of the book because Vespa narrating her own life is of course only gonna happen when she like daydreams, but I don't want it to happen too much, right? But it's also quite fun. It's quite something I feel like children would do. And it's honestly quite fun to write as well. I really like that. Held pause for dramatic effect. I'm gonna write that down. Around 6:28. Pause for dramatic effect. These two might as well be one short form video? Question mark. Ow. We're coming up on the 6.5 hours. This is like 3.5 hours over more than I've ever live streamed before, I think. Cheers to that. All right. The mighty dragon looked at the Vespa and cocked his head? Wow. Yeah. It's like its head as if contemplating her offer. But not for long, though. Oops. And soon after it bared its teeth. Its sharp teeth, super sharp teeth, showing a mouth, not a mouth, a maybe mouth. I feel like there's another word for mouth that is more beast-like, jaw, but chops, delta, fur, gills, gob, power, jaws. Yeah, maybe jaws, Showing opening its jaws to display a mouth full of swords. Yeah, it's a sword sharp dentures. Okay, I'm not sure of that. Dentures. That's false teeth. Yeah, that's not right. Choppers. I'm going for, I want to avoid, fangs. That's a good one. Fangs. Yes. It had rejected her offer. Boom. Yeah. We had rejected her offer. Boom. Oh, look how close we are to our first day marker of where we should be on average. Oh, it is so good, it's so great, it's so cool. As it rushed rushed to attack the dragon, spread its great wings, toppling over even the biggest trees, even the biggest trees, roots and all, that had still been standing. At the edge of the burned clearing. The edge of the burned clearing. I feel like I've written edge a lot. Just have a looky at the thesaurus. Edge. Oh, brink. Fringe, it's a good one. The border. Perimeter. I'm gonna say borders. It's a minor thing, but it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine that I really try to avoid repeating the same words over and over again. I do know that this book is intended to be, oh, for fuck's sake, intended to be a young adult novel, so like I do feel like I need to keep the wording somewhat simple. But yeah, that doesn't mean that we can't mix it up from time to time, right? And let's say, so up here we did begin Vespa's narration with but, so let's not do that again. To the surprise of the beast charging her, our heroine stood her ground. Vespa continued. So it's a bit like she continues the narration from me, who's the writer. This is an unintentional meta story. I love it. I actually love it. I actually like it a lot. Stood her ground. That's not an O. I don't know what that was. Now it's just a smudge. In fact, a smile that her older sister had always found amusing. Found its way over her left cheek. Yeah, I don't know if that's too narrator-like. I'm not sure, but yeah. Do you think that you're the first dragon I have slain? Vespa of the, the good thing about this of the vigorous oath, I don't remember if I said it before, but it uses up so many words. Oh my god, I actually have to remove that a bit because it is, we are now around the what I needed to do for the day. Oh my goodness. No, anyway, it uses so many words and it totally makes sense because, well, I'm saying that myself of course, but Vespa, she dreams of becoming a paladin of the vigorous oath, just like her older sister is. Vespa is of course a Faean, she's a Fae folk, and everyone else, except for one person at this castle, Paladin Castle, is a human. So yeah, Vesper dreams of becoming the Vigorous Oath. So I think it makes sense when she's the one narrating this that she keeps repeating that because that's her dream, right? That's what she's pretending to be. So it totally makes sense, and it uses up a lot of words, which is good for NaNoWriMo. Let's go. Shout it. I can totally say shout it. Towards the scary dragon. Let's go with beast again. The scary beast. Kai says, I've not written anything. I can do this. I believe in you, Kai. Just remember, the first word in any book begins with one letter. I'm paraphrasing the old Chinese proverb of the first. Every journey begins with the first word. So let's paraphrase it even better. Every book, every story begins with the first word. Just put down the first word right now. You can do this. Then you're done with that. Then not done. Then you've started. It was clear as day. The charging dragon. Had clearly not anticipated the bold reaction from the knight in front, I guess the paladin. They're not just knights. From the paladin in front of it. Oh, I just realized we are done with the daily what we were supposed to write, the daily goal. So now it's just bonus from here on out. I kind of want to go on at least for an hour. I'm hoping to get the 6th page done, and then I can feel that my brain needs some sort of relaxation. So then we're also gonna have stream for 8 hours, and that is by far the most I have ever streamed in this channel or on my gaming channel. Kai says, let's go indeed. And if I can do it, Kai, then you can too. I've started and now the ideas are flowing. Let's fucking go. Awesome. Awesome. I love it. But it didn't stop. Actually, but instead of stopping, it picked up its already deadly pace. Leaving huge footprints claw prints. In its wake. And soon it would get to kill and eat this annoying puny little knight, puny little yeah, let's say knight here. Puny little knight that had dared to disturb its peace, disturb its piece. Vesper of the... I'm probably going to need to revise this every time we say Vesper of the Vigorous Oath, but, you know, again, it totally makes sense. Let's say revise. No, not revised, just revise. Revise, please. Oh, sugar. So what was that, around 0655, I guess. Road past day one. Day one word amount. I feel like this should probably be a short form video that we get out tomorrow before stream, but let's see. Vesper of the Vigorous Oath had wished that the mighty dragon would heed her warning. Vesper said, but now that it didn't, but now that it didn't, she welcomed the training. It had been a long time since our heroine had taken out something of this size. This age? Kai says. This age what? This chapter is heavy, dear Lord. Heavy in what way? Like it's heavy in the like it's good heavy. It's because it's so sad and my phone fell. As the dragon neared the paladin, it slightly retracted I pulled back, I guess. Slightly pulled back gonna make myself cry at this rate. Yes! 2 thumbs up for that. That just means like something I realized a while ago. Like, don't. I think one of the most important things when writing is writing something that you find good, you find amazing, and if you feel emotions from what you're putting down on paper, that's a very, very good start. When I reread my own short stories, especially Calamity and Fly, Calamity almost makes me cry as well. That's also quite personal, so in that way. But goddamn yes, Kai, goddamn yes. Keep going, make yourself cry. It slightly pulled back the long neck. And then, and 10, and then, suddenly, and more swiftly, than anyone would have thought, this is gonna be a full stop instead, and then be a capital A here. Anyone would have thought the dragon extended its neck with a deadly open jaw. Open jaw full of its terrifying sword-like teeth. Terrifying sword-like teeth. Actually, with that, we're gonna have a quick break because I need to go pee. Be right back. And I'm back! Writing is so strange, says Kai. What do you mean I'm crying over a developed imaginary friend over stuff I put her through? You know, it just means that you're a good person. And you know, to be a writer you have to be a little bit sadistic towards your characters. But you don't really want to put them through, but it's not interesting if you don't put them through shit. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel as well. Especially with what I put one of my characters through in Fly. I feel terrible for Vurusu, as she's called. Alright, quick break is over. Sword-like teeth. Terrifying sword-like teeth. Nothing could scare. Nothing could scare our strong paladin. Vesper began again. Not even teeth so sharp and so many that they could easily bite an entire boat. Oh, that's the end of page 5. Let's go. The end of page 5. Oh yeah. And 6. I think I wanna end page 6, and then that's probably it for today. That is also going to be like an hour more. Though to be fair, I feel like this page 5 went really smoothly. Honestly, just like it was really mostly the naming of characters that took a while, took so long to do. Bite an entire boat in half. Exclamation mark. Vesper of the vigorous oath. Took some fast steps to the side, just as the more, I think it was more, that was the word I was looking for earlier when I was describing the sharp teeth. Just as the more came for her. With a perfect dodge, she both avoided certain death and put herself in the Perfect. This is, of course, Vesper self who narrates this. Yes, it is indeed a new page, Kai. It's page number 6. Let's go. Let's go. Put yourself in the perfect position. For a counter attack. Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to have like whenever Vespa is narrating herself, she's gonna say like the Vesper of the Vigorous Oath or our heroine. But when I'm narrating her, we should avoid using that. I don't remember if I called her. I mean, it's me either way, but I don't remember if I called her a hero. That was herself down here. Yeah, I called her hero here. But let's just say not Vesper. Not Vesper. Narration. Everyone can see what I wrote there in the comments. It's no problem. What do you mean? I think that's a good rule of thumb. So the reader will hopefully soon catch on to like, oh, whenever the words heroine or Vesper of the Vigorous Oath is being said, then that's her narrating her own life, daydreaming. I know, it's great entertainment just watching me chew. Dang, I just realized I've not described the weather this entire time. Oh well, I'll do it in editing if it needs to be added. I was about to say, is the weather important? I mean, the weather is usually somewhat important, right? But I mean, you want to establish if it's sunny or rainy. If it's rainy, then that impacts the story, right? Should impact the story quite a lot. But yeah, we'll do it in post, as we say in video editing. So Vesper. With her hammer, with her war hammer, held high. whisper. I just realized that because I made it rain, because he's crying. Oh. To be honest, womp womp. It's a good day for rain, isn't that what we say in Full Metal Alchemist? I wanna have a word. Pure. I wanted to make a pirouette, but I don't like the word pirouette. I read some of the Witcher books, and I know that he uses the word pirouette all the freaking time, and I don't know. It's just something weird about it. She twirled. She spun. She spun. That's better. It was here spinning. Swirling, spinning. Whisper. Spun around herself. Oh, the exact moment she went still. No, you're not evil. You're just a writer. It's fine. It's fine. That's what we have the pages for. To live out our evil dreams. I mean, to, you know, talk about all the good things and good stories and happiness and sunshine and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna put that down as a note. Whoops. Vesper spun herself around and forcefully swung her weapon into the... Okay, so what colors is this dragon? I have 6 different colors in my universe. I have topaz, yellow. We have ruby red. We have sapphire blue. We have diamond white. We have onyx black. And we have what on earth is the last one called? It's green. What's that jewel called? Emerald green. Yes. Oops. Yes, emerald green. I definitely don't want it to be black. Because, well, we already had the black soil and the shadowy soil. And I feel like a child would much rather want them to be a little bit more colorful. Oh, you said emerald. The chat is so late, lol. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember what my latency is. I think it's like low latency. And of course, I'm not a part of YouTube Partner Program, so I don't get any benefits in latency and such priority. And also, I kind of didn't see it. Sorry. Now you do say emerald, and I was thinking ruby myself, but I was also thinking to make them stony scaled. And that's because this, of course, is a daydream. It's not an... Vespa's never actually seen a dragon before. And what she's daydreaming here, might as well... it's not really going to be a twist or anything, but... She is fighting, she's play fighting an oven. Like a baker stone oven. Cook's stone oven. You know, so you have the fire of the oven. And we could say like the brick red scales. Like it would still be red, but it would be bricks because the oven is actually made of bricks. But I don't know, like stony. Maybe it's just stony. Maybe stony's, but I don't know if red bricks was really a thing in medieval times. You know, we're gonna do that into the stony gray. Stony gray scales. On the side of its face. Yes. Trying to use more metaphors to describe things because I sure like similes. It's I love a good metaphor as well, but it's also, I feel like it's sort of it's a bit of a pitfall, isn't it? Because if a lot of what you write is metaphors, like your descriptions and such, it can sort of be a little, what would you say, a little bit redundant, maybe? But I do like to compare stuff to something in the real world, like ruby daggers for red eyes that wants to kill you. That's, I guess that's sort of a metaphor as well, or a simile. Or like we said, honey eyes here, instead of saying yellow eyes. Copper eyes is another one. Yeah, it's a bit of a tightrope, I feel like. But I'm not discouraging you from using metaphors and similes. I just want to get that out there. Definitely not discouraging you. Just beware. And also, the more you do it, the more the more you just write, right? The more you just write, the more you know what works and what doesn't work, when to use a metaphor, when to not. So just write all your damn metaphors. The hit was so hard that scales. No, that the dragon almost fell over as scales flew off its face. Revealing the soft flesh of all living beings. I mean, that's not true, but you know, she's a kid, she's stupid. Kai says, or at least use as rather than like with my similes. True. You know how to mix it up. Yes. How long is this daydream? How has it lasted? 2 pages, not too much. Take that. Vespa. Okay, how will we do this? Take that. Vespa of the vigorous oath shouted at her stunned enemy. I'm writing, and I just remembered how I described this character's hair, and it's so amazing. Her perfect amber hair flowing onto her white pillow like a wave of fire crashing on the icy shore. Hello? I mean, yes. That I'll give you that. That is chef's kiss. Wow, what a painting with words. It's marvelous. That's great. Now where were we? Vespa is narrating herself again. I want a recover balance could be as it found its balance. Again. Are you sure that you don't want to take up my offer? I will let you live. I will let you live. But it will. This is the last time that I ask you. Our heroine shouted. At the huge beast, huge dragon. I feel like she should also call it a dragon. Why the hell is one of my main characters going off script? You know, that's one way of putting it. But I'll say that I think that's one of my favorite things about writing, like just in general. It's when you get into that flow state and you just write. You just write and write and write. It's such a wonderful feeling. And sure, you're maybe not following the plan that you have, maybe not following your own plan, right? But I mean, you write because it just flows from you. It flows from your creativity, from your mind, and it works and it makes sense and everything, usually. But that's the flow state. Keep being in that, Kai. Don't interrupt yourself with going into my comments, though I do love when people are writing in chat, so it's a bit of a situation. That's so good. That's so good to hear. Our heroine shouted at the huge dragon. She really did not like to take a life if she could avoid it. Vespa added to her Narration. I really don't know if I should explicitly say that Vespa is narrating her own life, her own daydream, but whatever. It's all good. You know, we're gonna comment it. Say, eh? To narrate or not to narrate. I think someone just pressed my the door phone. But I'm not expecting anyone, so you know. They'll press again if they really want in. I'm writing, goddammit. The dragon, however, was truly angry now. Not only at its prey not only had its prey decided to not offer itself as a meal, but it also had the gall, that's with a gall, no, not galleon, yeah, the gall to fight back. Kai says, what actor would you say should play your main if it ever becomes a movie? Because I have an idea of mine being played by Brandon Rogers. I actually don't know who Brandon Rogers is. Let's Brandon Rogers. I don't think I know that. Who that is? Actor, comedian, filmmaker, and YouTuber. Okay. That's kind of cool. Honestly, could you imagine starting on YouTube and then act in a movie adaptation of a book written by the great Kai? I mean, that would be the dream, right? I have a... I don't know, actually. I think my biggest problem with that is Vespa is tiny, right? She is, because she's a fey folk, so a an adult fae folk is around like a human to the waist. Like, you know, hobbits, the way they did hobbits in Lord of the Rings. But in one of my other live streams, when we were preparing this story, I figured out that I wanted Vespa to be, I guess you can't really see it. No, you can't see it. 60 centimeters tall. That's this is 60 centimeters tall. So she's like just able to look over chairs. So I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of cool to not. I mean, it's not going to be him, but Warwick Davis. Mostly because I loved him in Willow. That was goddamn amazing. This is sort of how tall I imagine my fae folk to be. There would be little people in real life. You know, you could have little people, children, play Vespa, but I don't know any. So that would be kind of cool, actually. Because then she would also keep her appearance throughout the... this, like I mentioned, it's a trilogy. So she would naturally keep her appearance without any use of CGI or otherwise. I mean, that could be kind of nice, kind of fun. Because I intend to, so like she's going to be 12 in this. And then the next book, she's going to have aged like 4 or 5 years. So 16, 15, 16, 17. And then the third book, she's going to be a young adult, right? No, like 20 plus, just around 20. So that could be nice. That could be a nice way of actually casting a little person in the role. But like I said, I don't know any little people actors beside Warwick Davis, pretty much, and Vern Troyer, but he died. He's also way older. He was way older. Didn't he die? Yeah, he died. Oh my god, that was 7 years ago. God dang. In case you don't know, this is Vern Troyer. He was Mini-Me in Austin Powers. Finish the last chapter, and dear lord, my god, you write fast, Kai. I of course don't know how long your chapters are, but you write so fast. Very, very impressive. Well done. Clap to you. Now you have something to shoot for, right? They are quite short, your chapters, but my ideas were IDing. Nice. The flow state. Exactly. Flow state. Actually... Okay, so right now we have very much a I narrate, Vespa, I narrate, Vespa narrates, I narrate, Vespa narrates, I narrate. I don't want to keep that. I think I should keep narrating for a little bit. Because it gets very, I don't know, I guess it gets a little, I'm afraid that it's going to be too much that Vespa keeps narrating herself. Oops. So with a roar that could crumble mountains. Yeah, we are exaggerating here, but you know, again, this is a daydream in a 12-year-old girl's imagination, so I think it's a-okay. With a roar that could crumble mountains, the dragon raised its sharp claws. What did I use to? Let me just see in fly. Fly. Here. Brutus screamed as claws covering over half the window size suddenly came almost crashing onto the stone sides, taking slap off it. Then a large but kind dragon head, so big that it couldn't fit through the windows themselves, appeared. Strong blade, sharp teeth. No, we're just saying that the claws are big enough to remove slabs of stone. Raised its giant paw? Is it a paw? It's not. It doesn't have a fist. It has claws, but it's enormous claws. Its giant claw. And threw it down in an attempt to crush the knight that had dared to challenge it. As the claw hit the ground, it shook with the force of an earthquake. Surely now the knight had finally met her demise. The audacious knight. Audacious. Audacious knight had finally met her demise. But as the dragon lifted its strong claw, the only thing left in the crater, was more of the burned ground of the clearing. That a beast had made itself. You see, Vespa revealed with a triumphant shout. Uh, it takes more than a little dragon's paw. Oh, she's taunting him now. She's taunting the dragon. It takes more than a little dragon's paw to best Vesper of the vigorous oath. Our heroine was standing next to the other front leg of the dragon. Preparing another devastating blow. She raised her hammer high once again. And slammed it into the dragon's claw. The dragon's other claw with all of her powerful might. Vesper okay, I definitely have a little bit of a problem here with all these apostrophes when she's narrating herself. I need to figure that out. Definitely need to figure that out. This is just a single one. Vesper. All the powerful might. Vesper was almost out of breath. From the blow. Herself. It was no easy. Actually, despite how it looked, despite how it looked, besting a dragon this big was no easy feat. The dragon opened its maw yet again. But this time it wasn't a roar of anger that found its way through the sword teeth, the sword-like teeth. Okay, I know that found its way. That's a phrasing that I use a lot. That's a crutch phrase. I'm just gonna say crutch phrase. Crutch phrase. It's not necessarily bad, it's just I tend to write that all the freaking time. Found its way over someone's lips is also... I think it's a good way, different way of telling it, but it's just like I use it so much. Through the sword teeth. It was a scream of pain. And as it pulled its hurting claw to itself, more stony scales fell off. So close to finalizing the 6th page. Except it wasn't done yet. The mighty, I keep saying that, the mighty repeating. The mighty dragon got back onto all fours. Pulling its pulling its neck and entire body back while spreading its huge. Look at that! Page number 6 is written and done! Let's go! 7! 6 and 7. Spreading its huge wingspan. Huge wings into the air. For a moment. This music is really not the epic battle music that we were promised. We will have epic battle music somewhere. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, it's fine. For a moment, Vespa thought that the dragon would finally fly away, but as it open it, it's more wide. She could see the smoldering. Is that the right word? Smoldering. Yeah. The smoldering. Red, orange, and yellow flames forming in the back. Vespa, however, stay, and with that, I am done for the day. And just in case you guys haven't followed along with my writing and find that a little bit weird. It's in the middle of a word, in the middle of a sentence, and we just stop. It is actually a trick that I play on myself, because tomorrow when we are starting again, I don't have to rack my brain to come up with the next sentence or the next word. I just have to finish this word, stayed, calm, the next word, and it's on. It's actually a really, really great trick that works so well. Yeah. Anyway, let us see here, because I have, this was not the chapter overview that we wanted, it was the where did I put that? NaNoWriMo word count sheet, this one. So the word count sheet here that I am making, we needed to do 1,667 words. I have figured out that I write on average just below 365 words per page. So a page like this is on average 365 words. A line is a little over 9 words. So we have today written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and some So we go up here, we say equals, oops. We say equal to sum, hello, to the sum of 365, no, 64 times 6, and that's, oops, plus 9 times 3, that's what? That's 27. Just 9 times 3. And you know, let's just say 4. We have written 2,220 words, and that means that we're going to update this. Yay! We're going to update our progress here. So today's progress, day 1. Progress is 2,220 words out of 50,000. And that means that our the bar here is going to be 44 pixels high. Where is the bar? You can't see it. It's right here. It has to be, oops. It has to be 44 pixels high, and that means that it has to be here. So we are a little bit above the daily goal. There we have it. It's good. It's good. Great job, everyone. A great start, Amdius. As always, coming in clutch towards the end in the chat. A great start indeed. And not only that, but we did actually manage to do some heavy lifting, I feel like, with the naming of characters. That went really fast, really snappy. That was a little bit of a blocker. But awesome indeed. And I hope I can continue even better tomorrow. Yes, my brain is fried right now. I need to go out for a walk, and then I will be here tomorrow once again around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European Time. And I hope I will see you guys then as well. Thank you so much, guys, for being here in this, starting this this NaNoWriMo with me. It has been a really, really fun and interesting experience. And we got 29 more days to finish this. Let's go! Wahoo! Indeed, Kai. Indeed. Right. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. And remember to subscribe if you haven't already. And also remember that we write our own stories. See you tomorrow. Bye!